Hi everybody, welcome to another exciting stream on Bowtie Gaming 14. So today we're going to be jumping back into some more Fire Emblem Engage and see what happens. So on that note, let's jump right in. So kind of as a recap in terms of where we're at, there's 2 more story chapters remaining. I got the DLC, so we are also going to be doing that now that I got Xeno 3 out of the way. Because I essentially have 4 full sessions before Tears of the Kingdom comes out, and even then I could just do once a week if I don't finish it. But it's not just 2 story chapters, it's also like most of the base game's paralogs, in addition to a bunch of paralogs that just popped up from the DLC, plus the Xenologue side story, which I've looked ahead at 7 chapters. So I'd say my goal for this session is to get one of the story chapters done, and then
Fire Emblem.
maybe both.
Engage.
I'll see. I just know that last chapter was kind of brutal. So it's gonna depend. My goal is to beat the base game this week. Alright, so just got a bunch of resources from that. So that'll come in clutch for the rest of the playthrough, plus we just got a bunch of money too. So I've pretty much done all the prep work I need to leading up to chapter 25. But now that I got the DLC, something just opened up. And yes, I looked this up ahead of time.
Divine One, we discovered this mysterious bracelet in southern Firene. There appear to be more of them enshrined on the islands off the coast. We should investigate.
There's an emblem inside this bracelet, all right. The presence inside is complicated, but I think I have the invocation. Lead us, Emblem of Rivals!
Hey, guess who's back? All 3 of them.
Finally, we're free. I am Emblem Edelgard.
Pleased to meet you. I am Emblem Dimitri.
I guess that makes me Emblem Claude. Hi there.
That must have been a crowded bracelet. Sorry, I should introduce myself. I'm the Divine Dragon. You're obviously not from Elios. May I ask what you're doing here?
Until recently, we were the guardians of another world. It seems we were moved somehow.
I get the feeling you've come to give me some sort of test.
No need for that. You were able to summon us. That is enough. And your timing is excellent. We were just growing weary of each other's conversation.
Speak for yourself. I thought Dimitri's stories were getting better with every telling.
Yes, the sarcastic interruptions kept increasing too. Coincidence, I'm sure.
You 3 all seem to be really comfortable with each other.
Appearances can be deceiving.
Really, Edelgard?
She's kidding. You can tell because her face looks exactly the same as when she's serious.
We have always been in competition. It will be refreshing to join forces.
I should explain. We were all students at the Officers Academy, but we led different houses.
That's what you meant by competition.
Yes. We only truly came together for special events, like the Battle of the Eagle and Lion.
A traditional mock battle between the houses, to celebrate one another's strengths.
The real celebration was afterward. Our festivities got rather exuberant that night.
Dimitri looks pretty straight-laced, but don't let him fool you. Between you and me, he's like a force of destruction at a party. I'm surprised they didn't expel his whole house for those shenanigans.
Must have been quite a night.
You only just met him, so you can't tell if he's joking. Just ignore half of everything he says.
Come on, be fair. At least a third of what I say is worth hearing.
You do know a third is less than half, right?
I see we've gained some dependable allies.
Professor, you're here as well? Now I truly feel motivated. What an honor it will be to fight by your side.
If you're that honored, I'll have to make sure I'm at my best.
This little reunion reminds me of the day we first met the professor.
You mean that night our camp was attacked by bandits?
That's right. Only now, Claude won't be able to make any strategic retreats.
Yeah, so normally you'd be able to recruit these guys like pretty much almost right away in the playthrough, but because we already have Violet, this cutscene plays right away.
I guess we are sort of stuck together now, aren't we? I hate to say it, but we'll need to learn to get along better if we're fighting on the same side.
Yes, you will.
None of us can
That
do
was
all
a
that we
threat.
must on our own.
No going to war with each other. You guys better be on your best behavior
But
or
together,
so help
as
me.
part of this army, I think defeat is inconceivable. Maybe I sound arrogant, but I'm that confident in the skills our professor has taught us. Wouldn't you agree, my teacher?
Of course. I am proud of you all. This time, let us fight together to the end.
Let me say it formally. Our power is at your disposal. Please make the most of it.
Victory will be ours, have no fear. We are here to help.
And if these two and their conventional tactics fail, maybe I'll show you a few tricks.
That's all very reassuring. Thank you. I'll do my best to help the three of you work together.
Hey Mochi Pichu, welcome in. Just starting up the round. I just got the DLC. I have 2 chapters left in the base game. But now that the entirety of the DLC's out, I was like, yeah, let's go ahead and get it. So the plan is to do the finish out the base game story before I do the Xenologue. Although I know it's kind of just, I'm going to be going back in time in a manner of speaking to do so, but that's the order I'm going to do it in anyways. So yeah, I think the goal is just to beat Chapter 25 today and then get as many of the bracelets as possible because you have to... For them, it actually has a bit more of a purpose to get to do the paralogs because you have to do them in order to even get the other 6 bracelets. Just kind of weird because all of the DLC's out now as opposed to me getting it in waves. It's a totally different experience from Three Houses. Although, to be fair, the base game is long enough as it is, because it's not split into technically 4 routes, but 3 main routes. Because I think each route probably took me like 2 to 3 dozen hours. So, like, collectively it was probably almost 100 hours, but, like, with this game, it's like 50 to 60 hours just with the base game, because it's one story. Also, I am playing it at a harder difficulty, so yeah. Then I'm gonna show this off when some other people who basically have an inside joke with a few people on the Sami situation.
Welcome.
Gonna show it when they come in, but like as soon as I found out this is a thing, I absolutely flipped my crap.
Be well.
And this is what Alir is wearing for the rest of the playthrough. No, I will not be taking any comments. This was already worth like at least half the price of the DLC. Yeah, I know, that would have been so much better. But I'll take what I can get. And then of course there's like just ears so you can still see Alir's face, but nope. Just gonna have those dead, soulless eyes just staring into the abyss. It's just weird seeing him actually buy Sami. Oh my gosh. Alright, yeah, because I know when I was doing the playthrough, like, I think about halfway during this whole playthrough is when Wave 4 launched. So it technically wasn't even 100% wrapped up, like, by the time I started the game, because I started it about 3 months into its launch. Because I was busy with other projects like Persona 5. Because that was a big boy project. Alright, so then there's the other thing. Now I just gotta figure out how I do this. Yeah, I know there were a few things I definitely had to look up just because of how complex it was, or just to guarantee a certain thing happened, I had to make sure I was like, okay, these are all the prerequisites. Because one thing I was curious about is, like, I did see two characters, like, fighting alongside each other. I wonder if that's an option. Or I'm just trying to figure out how you queue it up. Like, basically, like you kind of have, like, your X number of, like, regular units. Like, some of your other units could be, like, there by a regular unit as, like, a support unit. I'm just not sure how you queue it up, because I know... I forget if, I know Fates did, and I forget if Awakening also did that. It's not the emblems, it's, like, it's another playable, or I guess one of the other characters that's just fighting alongside one of your chosen units, or maybe you can only queue it up during the actual battles. Or, yeah, adjuncts, yeah, you're correct. I forgot what they were called for a moment. Because I know you can only have, like, 3 adjuncts at a time at the maximum in 3 houses. Okay, say maybe what I'll do is I'll do like a practice battle, and then I'll just see if I can queue it up over there. Oh yeah, first things first, now that I got the 3 houses, emblems, I'll go ahead and queue that up on somebody. Who do I want to put it on? I'll put it on Fugato for now until I change my mind.
Edelgard!
We shall win!
Alright. Alright. Yeah, I'll test it out with this skirmish really quick. That's just unit selection. Yeah, maybe that's like only in a certain mode or something, I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, because I know the skirmishes don't relent either, so I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna start by having everyone just in a corner. Yeah, I'll have to go back and see what that was. It could have potentially just been an emblem that for some reason looked like another unit. That's probably what it was.
I am prepared.
Let's pray.
Of course.
Yeah, I know, it's like, it barely seems like it's even worth it to do the skirmishes because you lose, like, health items and your attacks barely do any damage.
I'll apologize later.
This is even the case at the beginning of the playthrough.
Where are we headed?
Destiny awaits.
Though, to be fair, I'm not exactly sure how hard this Sombron boss fight's gonna be. Not even counting what lies in wait in the next chapter, which I'm fairly certain I know what happens based on what leads up to it, but I'll see once I actually initiate the chapter battle.
Understood.
It's a lot of money. Alright, cool. Yeah, and if my intuition is correct, it's gonna be heartbreaking as heck. It's gonna be quite the emotional week gameplay-wise, because I just finished Future Redeemed earlier in the week. It's like, wow, I'm just wrapping up 2 stories at once, aren't I? See what I mean? These units just do not relent. They just don't care, they just want all your units wiped out, they do not give a crap. I almost wonder what normal mode's like, because, I mean, this is hard, and, like, yeah, this is, slightly brutal. More units. It's like, are we done now? Jesus! That's what I mean when I say these maps are not really worth it. Oh yeah, who the heck is...
A slight injury.
I was like, who the heck has Sigurd?
I cannot allow this.
I don't know if there's a limit on the number of units you can have in a row that you'll do damage to, but I think I saw a row of like 6 or 7 on somebody's playthrough of a map. It's nuts. I guess I just never got lucky any other time I've tried to use it because it would, all the units would be like diagonal from each other, so you could never get it to line up with multiple characters. Well, and I know there's like several other units that are gonna basically take their place in a few bits. just still weird seeing, like, the deep contrast between, like, normal Vale and evil Vale. It's like, yeah, it's definitely disturbing. Just how much of a stark contrast it is. Alright. Yeah, I should probably prioritize taking out the current units. Yo, my gosh, did she knock it out of the park. Like, you generally don't believe they're the same person.
Now that was a party.
It's like, screw you, Zephyr, and screw you, Sombron. Double screw you, Sombron. Trying to think if... I mean, Sombron probably is worse than the Agarthans, but... Yeah, he's worse than... I was gonna say, the Agarthans are pretty bad, though. But Sombron, I was gonna say, Sombron's definitely worse.
Here until the end.
Emblem?
Our bonds give me strength.
Oh, Jesus! Calling it right now, it's probably going to result in a map reset, but we'll see what happens. Was not expecting, like, 3 units over there. I mean, he's got evasion on his side, but still, that might not mean squat. And it's like, are you guys quite finished? Alright, cool. Get that out of your system, you piece of crap. Alright, that's an insta-kill. I like that. No, it isn't. Son of a...
I'm strong after all.
I just still think it's the most adorable thing that the mage horses have little witch hats. Alright. Wow, that barely does any damage. Well, Pandro, you're taking this dude out.
Now that was a party.
Your orders?
Alright, do some damage. Well, I guess even he can insta-kill this dude. Oh, unless he gets a critical. Yay. I never liked to bank on them getting criticals, but boy does it pay off if they do.
I can do more.
Yeah, I'll go for it. Well, we botched one of the attacks. Yeah, I should probably just have Ulfris take this dude out. I was gonna say, it's like... So you want to live on, or be on the edge of your seat the whole time, then gamble on you getting as many crits as possible. But let's just say all crits with Lynn is like the crit master of this playthrough. My gosh, is he. There's been several chapter maps where like it all rode on him getting a critical, and it paid off in spades, or just like it was an unexpected critical and you were relying on somebody else for your strategy. It's like, go all Christ. Either that or Yanaka with, well, I guess it used to be Micaiah, but now I'm just choosing Byleth for the playthrough. Ooh, Lyndon! Yeah, Lyndon's also had some good moments. Also, Pandrea's kind of the go to my playthrough, too. Figure out very quickly who the better units are. Alright, another dude. Alright, everyone's closing in.
I won't let you do what you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's the best mage unit in this game from what I can tell. Like, I mean, like, nothing's gonna really compare to Lysithea, unless they, I mean, like, maybe Celica. Like, I mean, in terms of, like, them being a side character, not, like, one of the main lords. But yeah, if you were gonna compare to Lysithea in terms of being just, like, an utter god in terms of sheer strength, with magical abilities.
I'll change the future into hope.
Yeah, and then Bernie is definitely the All-Christ of three houses.
I am sorry.
Alright, so... doesn't say how many units are left. Of course, I gotta advance, I don't even figure out what I'm looking at here. Oh yeah, I remember Citrine being pretty powerful as well. I know part of the thing is I don't want to use my healing items up because I might need that in the actual story paralogue chapters. Okay, so now now they're revealed. Yeah, I get most of their health down. Oh, I didn't even see that dude. Although, to be fair, Vale's also pretty good, but she does have, like, Pandreo does have more health than she does, but still gotta be careful because she could easily get insta-killed.
Emblem.
Eh, screw it.
Now a good wind.
Get another unit off the field. Who hasn't gone yet? Pandreo. Well, at least get their health down by half. Oh, there's another one! Yippee! Let's just say Rosato's probably gonna die.
Now I've done it.
To the point where I'd be shocked if he didn't. Alright, cool. Well, time for Celica to come out. Oh, never mind. Time for Celica to come out. Problem is that Celica used to be on Pandreo, but then I decided to have him be a healer unit instead. Okie dokie. Alright, best case scenario is 2 units.
I am ready.
that's a lot of damage.
I require no praise.
Alright, nice. Good crit, Mavier. Good job. Alright, and that should ideally finish all the units off.
I need to get stronger until no one can beat me.
Alright, cool, done. Yeah, I know I mean, I'm obviously not going to say anything about the game, but just, I know part of my dilemma is, like, I know it's, for Future Redeem, but it's like, there's so many quotes I want to use, but it's only a week old, and I do not want to spoil anything at all. Thank goodness people have made memes on the internet already about it. Get my fix in until more people have been able to play it. I know I didn't cram through it as quickly as some people did because I was streaming it, but still got it in like what probably should have been 5 or 6 sessions. I did it in 4 with the latter 2, those being longer sessions. Alright. Oh, okay, gotcha. Something odd is at the well. Yeah, that's where you get the Xeno log. So when I'm ready to initiate that, I'll just go to the well. Yeah, and it's a pretty decently long game, too. I mean, like, you almost forget how long, yeah, I guess games used to be in comparison. Like, now we get games that are easily, like, in the triple digits in terms of hours. It used to be where games were only, like, a few dozen hours, so... Like, even RPGs. So it's like, all things considered, the DLC's pretty long. Alright, Pendra, what's up?
Pandreo, I'm sorry, but after thinking about it, I'm going to pass on the party invitation.
Ah, your schedule's full? That's too bad. Maybe next time.
Yes, and then everything they added leading up to the story, too.
No, it's not about my schedule.
Oh. Then, can I ask why?
From a distance...
Yeah, because I'm not exactly sure how many people were expecting that roguelike that dropped in Wave 3.
I'm nothing special. Why disappoint everyone by letting them find out that the Divine Dragon is just... a person?
Yeah, and of course at this point he probably hasn't found out he's a fell dragon.
That's what you're worried about? I must have given you the wrong impression. Listen, when I was a boy, you saved my life.
What? How? I was asleep.
Well, my parents were... scummy, frankly. They left my sister and me when we were little. But a priest at the church turned my life around with a little-known prophecy. When the dragon child rises from their slumber on the dais, saved the world will be. Screwed up as the world got, it would be saved. That gave me the hope I needed to keep going, and I'm not alone. The faithful have always believed that you would awaken. So no, you won't disappoint them. You're living proof that their hopes are coming to pass.
I understand now. All right, Pandreo. You've convinced me. I'll come to that party of yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone will be thrilled to see you there.
Also, why are you wearing that costume? Nothing! It's no reason! I love my pets saw me, darn it. Or excuse me, in my playthrough, Snorlax, Scrummy, Bingus, Pepsi Man. Hello, my sweet summer child. Follow me to the ends of the earth. Yeah, if you couldn't tell, I like Sami. As soon as they appeared on screen, I was just like, holy crap. This definitely has that going over 3 houses. And as fun as exploring the Garrick Mach was, I honestly like exploring the Somniel a bit more. Everything just kind of seems a bit more interactive. You kind of bond with your party members a bit more as opposed to just talking to your students. Although I know that was a whole nother experience because you're a professor teaching your students, whereas in this one you're kind of just like a fellow comrade. Alright, I think I gathered all the resources. Actually, I'm curious about something once.
Welcome. just any of the clothing items with the mask on. Oh my gosh.
Be well.
Alright. Back to the world map. Alright. Divine Paralogs. So from what it looks like, I think you have to do them in order. Which I suppose probably wasn't a big deal if you were doing them separately, but yeah, looks like it. So yeah, this is where we'll come back to once if we want to get the rest of the bracelets. But for now, I'm going to go tackle, or at least attempt to tackle Chapter 25. Because if nothing else, I want to accomplish that for the day. Then I'd like to be able to get at least a few bracelets, because we can have 14 units in battle now, so I'm like, yeah, it'd be nice to have at least 2 other emblems. After meeting the Divine Dragon's past self, only one shard remains, but a dark surprise lies in wait. The final Guardian.
So, the last Fell Dragon shard is here, in Gradlon Temple?
Yes.
What's wrong, Vale? You don't look well. Did you need more time to rest?
No, it's not that. But I have a request. Please let me go in alone. I'll destroy the shard and come right back.
What? I can't let you do that. It's too dangerous.
Trust me, you won't want to face what's ahead. It's best that you and our friends stay here. Brother, let me spare you from this.
From what? I don't understand.
Is that you? It is you, isn't it?
Mother?
Oh, my dear child. How I've longed to see you again. When I sensed you, I flew here as fast as my wings would carry me.
It can't be. How?
I've missed you so much.
Don't come any closer, Divine Dragon. Or rather, corrupted Lumera.
Just when I finally had a moment with my child.
I didn't expect this. I thought she would stay inside with the shard.
Vale. Did you do this?
No, it was Papa. The rings gave him the power to create more elaborate corrupted. He took her body from Lethos as one last line of defense for the shard.
You knew, didn't you? You knew this had happened to Mother.
I did. I also knew that we couldn't help her. The emblems have used their miracle. They could revive one person and they chose you. There's no other way to save someone who has been corrupted.
You're saying that there's no choice. We have to face her.
You don't have to do anything, brother. Leave this to me.
But...
It's chilly out here. Why not come inside? You want to break the shard, don't you? Oh, don't worry. I won't bite. I just want to have a nice, long chat.
Mother...
I can scarcely believe it. Queen Lumera in the flesh. What should we do?
We have to defeat her. There's no other way, but... I don't know how I'll summon the strength.
I feel conflicted myself. She was my deity. Now I have to fight her?
Yeah. Sol's people aren't super religious, but we loved Queen Lumera too.
We can't falter. If we do, that's it. The world is doomed. Let's go.
Poor Alir. My gosh.
The door. It won't open.
Let me take a look. A spell has been cast on it from inside. Curious. She invited us in.
Wait. Where is Lady Vale?
Oh,
she
crap.
Didn't go inside, did she?
What? No! She can't go in there all alone! Vale! Open the door!
Forgive me for this.
Goodness. Did you come to see me all by your lonesome?
Your own child shouldn't have to strike you down.
How heroic of you. I'm glad we have this chance to talk, Vale. From what I've heard, you are the little sister of my dear child. If that is the case, I am practically your mother as well. You are welcome to call me your mother, should it please you.
Thank you for the kind offer. But I don't need a second mother in my life. I had one.
Oh, departed is she? Tell me, what was she like?
She was kind and affectionate. And there was so much love within her. But she died before I could truly appreciate what I had. She always did the best she could to keep me safe. And she told me that if Papa ever broke free, if he did, and if he started doing terrible things, as his family, I had to find a way to stop him.
I suppose that means you intend to murder me yet again.
Ooh.
Yes.
How I tremble at the memory of that fatal blow, the pain. Even worse than the pain, though, how you left my heart shattered. I was torn from the side of my beloved child. Can you imagine the depths of my agony? And had it not been for you, my dearest and I would have been together for all time.
I know it's my fault. The fact that you died, all of this. Even though I was a puppet, I killed you. I stole the rings. My actions led to this. all you want. But either way, it ends here!
Oh, Vale. Was that meant to hurt? As I'm sure you have noticed, thanks to Lord Sombron's largesse, I am far more powerful now than I was before. It's a shame, really. I honestly hoped that you and I could get along. But anyone standing between me and my child cannot be suffered to live. It's ludicrous to think you might murder me for a second time. How are you so blind? I still owe you a death for the first one. Die, you little defect!
Well, crap.
Vale!
Brother!
Thank goodness you're all right.
The door should have been blocked. How?
Well, we broke through.
Oh, my child. Did you miss your mother so badly?
I did. Not a day has passed that I didn't think of you. That's why I'm angry to see you like this. Hasn't Sombron ruined enough?
Why do you speak ill of Lord Sombron? It was he who brought us together again.
Lord Sombron? You are lost, aren't you?
Oh, I was. During the war 1,000 years ago, I was desolate, lonely. I had no one. My mother, father, friends, killed. Yet I had to fight on, alone. If I, the divine dragon, gave up or ran away, the world would be lost. In the midst of all that hurt, I found you, innocent and pure, no evil intentions of your own, and never treated with love. Though you were my enemy, I couldn't bring myself to kill you. Instead, I bonded with you the day we first met. I stopped being alone.
Mother?
I beg you, don't leave me on my own again. Stay here with me.
No, I can't do that. The last time we spoke, you told me to fight on with divinity. Told me to bring peace to the world, no matter what memories returned. Don't you remember, Mother?
Who cares what I said before? Now I want to be together, as family.
I understand now. You don't think like my mother. You don't want what she wanted.
You're speaking nonsense. I'm right here. I am your mother.
No. My mother? The one I wanted to see again? The one I loved? She's gone. And she would want me to defeat you. She taught me to stand strong against my every opponent, whoever they might be.
How sad your words make me. You're breaking my heart right now. Who poisoned you against me? The Emblems? The Stewards? That sister of yours? I suppose I have no choice but to kill them all.
Prepare for battle.
I'm sorry. I meant to fight this battle for you.
Thank you, Vale. But this isn't your burden to carry. It's mine. If I don't face this myself, I can't claim to be the divine dragon, an emblem, or Mother's child. Let's do this. Together. Then, we can face Sombron at last.
Brother, you're crying.
Everyone, at the ready. We will free Mother's soul and break the final shard.
Say it with me now. Screw you, Sombron.
Indeed.
Alright, let's do this. So you have a lot to get to her. Well, plus we don't even know what that does yet. Plus, I would not be surprised if we got reinforcements aplenty.
Understood.
Give me strong foes.
Devoted to you.
Tell me where.
You called, eh?
I'm here.
Oh, yeah, it's like a dark version of the main theme.
Ready for me?
Oh, yeah, we got way more over here. Ah, Pendra will never change.
Right away.
The choice is yours.
Here goes. Yes.
Don't worry.
More fighting?
May all find salvation.
I'm sorry.
Alright, good job, Alcarist. Alright, someone's gonna have to be the meat shield if we want to take this thing down.
Lend me your... Our bonds give me strength.
Alright, that's that half. Yeah, no, the problem is if I get Ivy too close, she's gonna get insta-killed.
That was a cinch!
Wow. Demon almost gets insta-killed. Jeez. Alright.
I am sorry.
Oh, that's no good. At least do a little bit of damage. Whew. Alright, good job, Pancake. I'm honestly impressed. He had like a 20% chance of getting a hit. Alright, so we should be safe for the turn then. Man, they have a lot of people to deal with. Jeez Louise. Okay, then we got the next wave I gotta deal with. Wow, that is a gross range.
I'll change the future into hope.
I am prepared. Emblem?
Oh wow, she completely botched that one.
I'm sorry you're stuck with me.
Yeah, I might as well get one of the units off the battlefield.
gods please protect us?
Well, I already know I'm gonna have to contend with this entire group, so might as well figure out what I'm actually going up against. Just avoid the monster for now. Okay, it has a 71% chance of locking. Yeah, Rosado can't even get a shot in. I didn't realize Yunaka was almost dead, jeez.
Emblem.
Aw, what a tease. Yeah, so I give Yunaka a full heal. Yeah, like I said, Rosado can't get close enough. Alright, let's see what happens. Yep, we got this in the mix now.
I have the emblem rings, but I can use the shard's power instead. Shall I show you?
Mother, what are you doing?
That's gross.
Everyone, get behind the pillars.
That's gross. I know it's one of the last battles of the game, but still, that's... Oh, shoot, that is a warp mage. Well, I guess if I have to do a reset, now I know. Oh my gosh, Tiamat almost got bodied. And now he's probably actually gonna get bodied.
After all, if...
Yeah, this might be a turn reset. Yeah, because Rosado is definitely gonna get bodied.
Now I've done it.
Well, there goes our one chance for taking down the boss, or the, not the boss, the monster. Great, this is probably gonna do nothing because everything's out of range. Oh, never mind. Cool. Sweet. Okay, so it looks like the beam is over there, so they should be fine. Okay, so this is where it's gonna get tricky, because I'd like to take out the monster, but at the same time there is a crap ton of units. Yeah, I should probably try to avoid the monster for now. Alright, it's gonna be all hands on deck right now. Yeah, it's probably for the best if I just take out a unit.
That was a cinch!
Yeah, I'll probably take out the one with more
I
health.
looked forward to this day.
Better to act than to worry.
Alright, so do not miss. Shit.
I'm...
Like, yeah, I guess to be fair, as long as she's next to them, she shouldn't, or she won't get hit at least. Okay, there we go. And a greater likelihood, and was right next to the unit. Doesn't mean she's not gonna get bodied by this lance person, but... well, I'll find out what happens. Now I gotta get my units the heck out of dodge. Otherwise, they're gonna get bodied by this laser. Now, where the heck is Mavi here? Alright, that's one down.
I live to fight again.
Alright, that's two down.
Now that was a party.
I need to get stronger until no one can beat me.
Alright, three down.
No problem.
Okay, that'll get some of its health down. Well, plus he can move. Okay.
There is nothing to fear.
Okay, so that takes out the units, so then now time to just get everyone the heck out of dodge. Which, to be fair, shouldn't be difficult. Alright, that's gonna be best case scenario. Miss! Haha! Yep, I had a feeling they were gonna gun for Ivy. Although luckily that won't kill. At least that one. Okay, then we got this dude. Then he's gotta deal with the monster. Well, actually, he's too far back. Alright, cool. Alright. So that's the monster's range, so I just gotta make sure they all stay the heck out of dodge. Actually, I'm gonna try to avoid using Ivy for healing reasons.
Hold nothing back.
Okay, that'll get him down to 2 health, and that'll kill him.
You will get no sympathy from me.
That takes another unit off the board. Yeah, and I still gotta deal with that darn warp mage. Alright, get some of its health down. Actually, just to increase Yunaka's likelihood of survival.
Should I have held back?
Alright, there goes that unit. What the frick? Alright, reset. So yeah, that implies that guy gets a critical. Just lovely. I hate this. It means somebody has to die in order for this guy to do this. Yeah, because it's critical, that 4%, but it means it's going to connect regardless. Unless I heal someone and then attempt it. Unless...
Grant me.
There we go, get some damage in first.
Stand down.
Alright, sweet. Okay, so figure out their actual ranges. I know what to go towards. Yeah, I'm gonna have him go there just to start to goad the enemies a little bit. Hey Zach, and welcome in. Just playing the penultimate chapter of the base game for this. And I'm expecting it to be as hard as the other chapters. Alright. Yeah, this time the boss can shoot lasers that cover the entire map. It's like just lovely. Oh, right, that one's also a warp. Oh, never mind. Thank goodness it's not a warp mage. Ooh, double miss. Okay, so they're set. Oh, not more reinforcements. Why? Just why? I'm pretty much gunning straight for the monster at this point. Problem is I don't want to go into this too hastily, otherwise I could lose units. I already better get a heal right after. Alright, that's one down. Let's figure out this guy's actual ranges. Oh, nope, that's in the monster's range. Alright, so Kagetsu is pretty much in the best case scenario for this. Okay, what's the monster's range? Okay, that's the range to avoid then.
I'm strong after all.
Okay, that takes them out. Okay, so if I'm gonna go for them, that's what to avoid.
I will not falter.
Alright, she's prepping the next laser. Just lovely. Alright, now we gotta deal with the monster. Luckily, oh, you missed. Nice. Alright, monster also missed. Cool.
Time to finish the job.
Ooh, nice, Yunaka. Okay, cool. Next turn. Oh, he's stuck there. Okay, then I just gotta figure out what to do about the monster. Yeah, I guess at this point my goal is just to avoid the laser.
I will obey.
Shall I go?
Alright, laser number 2. Oh gosh, they just opened up the path to the other dudes. And we, Jesus, Jesus! Leave me alone for 5 seconds. Alright, I'm gonna have to fight this monster at some point, so... Get some of its health down. Oh no, the thing is 2 units of health? This is gonna suck. It's gonna pretty much be all hands on deck just to kill the darn thing.
I will atone.
Alright, that took care of the monster. Probably the best time to use Fortify. It's like Ivy's probably gonna get killed. We'll see what happens. Yeah, and at some point they're gonna have to deal with these guys. Well, that takes care of one of them.
Time to pray.
Okay, so both monsters have 2 units of health. And like, that sucks.
Emblem, engage!
I almost want to leave the monster there so that they have to go around. Okay, that would take out most of its health.
It hurts.
Alright, let's get Goldberry the heck out of Dodge. Oh yeah, I forgot how much damage she does to monsters. It would kill, but it would pretty much almost insta-kill her is the problem. Yeah, Warp Ragnarok actually does less damage. Dokie. Yeah, I'm just gonna have Chris go again. I just have a feeling if Vale dies, we're kind of screwed. Oh right, shit! I forgot it's I forgot it has 2 units of health. Well, poop. I know, it's like I'd take a great gamble using Vale. Okay, what's the monster's actual range? Because I would prefer not to kill Vale. Yeah, I might as well get at least a little bit of damage in on this axe unit. Alright, let's see how this goes. I probably should have had him go into hiding. Oh well. Kinda locked in now, unfortunately. Poofs. Good dodge, Seedle.
May all find salvation.
Yeah, and that's gonna do no damage at all. he's gonna go after Pancake.
Sleep now.
Okay, and they're just gonna advance. Oh, not another wave? Are you kidding me? Why? Just why? Alright, so no matter what it takes, we need to kill this monster.
I'm still alive? Huh.
Alright, good job, Elchrist. It never ends. Ever. Yeah, I was like, eventually we're gonna have to start advancing, otherwise we're gonna get absolutely bodied. Okay.
Direct me.
Have Gold Mary finish this dude off.
I could use a hot spring.
Okay, they're dead. Alright, and this is where I gotta be very careful with how I approach this. Okay, 37, that's not gonna be enough to kill. There we go, that's more like it.
I require no praise.
Good job, Javier. Okay, and then I'll have Vale take him out. Actually, before I attempt this, okay, just to confirm that she's not going to get bodied. Alright, that takes care of them. Gonna have Pendreo take out as many of these units as possible. I might even have him stay behind so that he just can kill these units.
Let the show begin.
Because that'll at least take care of half of them. Okay, and that guy's actually got a tomahawk, so I gotta be careful.
Time to pray.
Alright, good, he missed. Alright, so we'll deal with them later. So I guess for now, let me see what their range is like. So I know what to avoid. It's like, I don't like these likelihoods. Well, I guess if he's got an engage available, let's go for it.
Let us...
Okay, that takes care of half his health.
I'll do as you command.
Okay, if that connects, it would kill.
You were a worthy opponent.
Alright, one down. Yeah, I'd say that's got a greater likelihood of actually connecting. Yep, and it paid off. Sweet. So yeah, there's unfortunately no way to both kill this guy and heal her. Unless Yunaka gets a critical, which, nope, that did not happen. Alright, right into the jaws of death. Do not miss. Alright, cool. Alright, laser number 3. Haha.
What's the point of you?
Oh, cool. Got 18 hit points on an armored unit. Sweet. Okay, and they're all going that direct. I don't know if I like that or not. Why are they heading towards Lumera? Oh, piss. Why? So yeah, I got all these units to contend with, plus reinforcements that don't seem to be ending, plus 2 monsters, plus all these mages, plus she has 3 hit points. F my life. This is gonna be not easy at all. And at some point I gotta start advancing, otherwise I'm just gonna get bodied. Wow, what is that pattern for the laser? That is insane.
A slight injury.
Like, I can't even attack that unit because I have to get out of the path of the laser.
I'm exhausted.
Well, I guess I have to prioritize it. I don't have another option. Like, all of my units will get bodied if I don't avoid the laser. Alright. Yeah, I was like, I have to give people as much room as possible. Because this is going to be a big laser shot. Like a big laser shot. So yeah, there's no way... Wow, so she's going to be in the line of fire regardless. That sucks. Yep, and that's in the line of the laser. That's gonna be gross to deal with at some point. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's barely gonna do any damage. Well, might as well insta-kill something.
A good wind.
Alright, then we gotta get Seedle the heck out of dodge. Yeah, that is his only safe spot from the laser. Never mind, he's got a couple safe spots from the laser.
Emblem?
Definitely get a healing item on. I almost just want to see how likely it would be for her to actually get killed by the laser. It's something I'm willing to risk is the question. Alright, let's get the heck out of dodge. Alright, then I gotta deal with them. It's like, where's my happy medium here?
I'm honored.
Alright. Yeah, I was like, there's no avoiding it. Either she's gonna get hit by that knight, or she's gonna get hit by that knight. My best course of action might just be to kill this corrupted, and then pray to everything the laser doesn't one-shot her.
I am sorry.
Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, thank goodness. Yeah, I was like, that is the only way Vale is surviving that scenario. Alright, so should be pretty much in the clear at that point. So many reinforcements, what the fuck? And it's like, at some point I want to actually advance. Because we're just gonna get bodied.
Right away.
More fighting?
Well, that's against a mage unit, so she should be okay. Then let's get Ulcris the heck out of dodge, and doubles time. There is no... Oh my gosh, that entire half is gonna get... Look at that crap! It's 9 flying units! What the... Jesus!
What you got?
They're all gonna get bodied. Well, I guess to be fair, what is their actual range? Okay, okay, there's hope at least. Ivy is kind of screwed, though.
Emblem.
And I was like, I'm just trying to get everyone reunited so we can start taking out these units faster. I'll get some damage in. Yeah, I was like, given the attack even connects. Well, I guess to be fair, Yanaka probably has the best shot of dodging their attacks. Wow, that likelihood is just ridiculously low. That's gross. Okay, 92%.
I am full of vigor.
This might be our best shot. Alright, that takes one down.
You didn't give it your all.
Linden might be screwed here. Alright, 54% chance to see if he pulls it off or not. Yep, he does. That takes out a unit, even if he dies. Alright, who hasn't gone yet? Pandreo. Yeah, something tells me that is a piss-poor idea. Actually, yeah, he should probably heal somebody. Alright, let's see what happens. I'm probably not getting out of this without somebody dying. Or multiple people dying. Like, there's no way with 9 flying units. Yeah, she's very dead. Unless he misses. Oof. Marin is getting ridiculously lucky here. Yeah, he can only go after Kagetsu. Alright, now we got him going after one of the doubles. Okay. Should be in the clear at this point. Alright, we made it to the next... Oh no, more reinforcements. Crap. Yeah, this is any indication that that final Sombron map is going to be a pain in the butt. Like an absolute pain in the butt. Well then at some point I'm going to have to worry about the laser, so... Factor that in. Alright, give Pandre another turn. Well, plus I know at some point I should probably use Celica's abilities.
Grace and skill.
Brought us here.
Yeah, he can't even attack.
Don't worry about me. Our time has come.
Okay, that takes out another dude.
I'm not a child anymore.
Yeah, Linden is kind of pinned down here.
Now for my next experiment.
Okay, that takes out that dude. Okay, that's not gonna trigger them, so... 4 units, geez Louise. I know the problem is this attack is only going to do damage to 1 unit. Like, it's currently not worth using. Alright. Got all these flying units, just lovely. Okay, that one's dead.
Yunaka here. Should I have held back?
Yeah, I know there's just too many units in the center. It's just gross on so many levels. Yeah, I guess I won't worry about that as much, because... I mean, I could take my chances with Pancake, that's up to me. Yeah, I guess I'd rather get that replenished.
Emblem.
Yeah, that'll get damage done on the Lance units. Yeah, I guess how much am I willing to risk this? Well, I don't even know who they're gonna go towards is the problem. Alright, fire, charging up the next laser. Marin survives another battle.
No,
alright, finally she goes down.
That was...
Ah, shit. Yeah, I was like, there's just too many reinforcements. We're not getting out of this without some casualties.
Can't believe...
Oh my gosh, Kagetsu. Alright, have fun with the reinforcements, Kagetsu. You can do it. I believe in you. Fuck. I don't know if I can do this on hard mode. This is too many reinforcements. Like, it's gonna take me several turns to even get to Lumera. Like, this might be impossible at this point. I'll try, but I don't know, man. I might have to go down to normal mode.
I need to get stronger until no one can beat me.
Lend me your...
I can't even imagine what maddening is like if this is hard. Yeah, and there's no way Seedle is not getting hit by that laser. Yeah, I was like, I may just want to start advancing.
Forgive us.
Yeah, like I said, there's no way that Seedle's gonna be able to avoid the laser. I'll get one of them out of the way.
Very intriguing results.
Yeah, it's like, unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to start playing very aggressively if I even want to stand a chance. Alright, yeah, he's only gonna be able to survive one more attack before he dies.
Alas.
Like, if it wasn't for the onslaught of reinforcements, this wouldn't be as bad. But it just doesn't end. It doesn't end.
One less fall.
Like, eventually you just have to start moving because the reinforcements just don't stop. One, of course, they can't get by without destroying the doubles. Thank goodness for those doubles. They'll keep the reinforcements busy for at least a turn or so.
Stop!
Yeah, and eventually Kagetsu's gonna get bodied. Oh, fuck. It's like, stop. Okay, so it looks like they won't advance as long as we don't go too far in. So I guess keep that in mind. Yeah, I may just want to start clearing a path to forward. Because the reinforcements just aren't going to stop coming.
Our bonds give me strength.
Time to pray.
It's like we are literally pinned down right now. Alright, that takes out another unit. Lyndon unfortunately can't take a unit down. Yeah, not even that guy. Alright, Kagetsu.
Hold nothing back.
Pin them down for the love of everything.
Emblem.
Yeah, I was like, it might be time for fortify at this point.
I won't miss a step.
Alright, what's that dude's range? So yeah, Seedle unfortunately can't avoid that. So he is probably gonna get bodied here. Please do some damage to this sword unit.
I hope I've done well.
Alright, that's unfortunately best case scenario, so... see what happens. Yeah, of course, we're just gonna gun it straight for Seedle.
Am I?
So it goes.
Yeah, we are literally surrounded.
Forgive us.
Well, take out as many reinforcements as possible, but likely we're just gonna get bodied.
I'll change the future into hope. Give me strong foes.
And I was like, what kind of crap is this?
To act than to worry.
Well, this will probably give her probably the best odds at surviving this.
I trust in you.
Yeah, and it's like, we can only take 5 units at a time at most. And now we're gonna deal with the laser. Like, this is not gonna end well, I know this. Well, especially once they start initiating chain attacks. Yeah, but then we're just super screwed. Yep, and that's the end. So yeah, with my current setup, I think it's unfortunately impossible to do this. So as much as it sucks, I'm going to normal mode for the rest of the game.
Fire Emblem.
Especially with how long these maps are at this point. Because each attempt is like over an hour. Given I even can change the difficulty. That might be another question. Okay. Yeah, I know it's pretty much like Persona 5. Like, I did everything in that game at a higher difficulty except for the final battle against Maruki, because it got to be just too much after a while. Yeah, like I said, just the reinforcements are what makes it brutal. And there's like, the reinforcements just don't stop. Like, honestly, I think that was more difficult than any of the maddening boards I did in Three Houses. Like this game's difficulty is on a whole nother level for me. It almost feels like this game's like hard mode is like the equivalent of Three Houses maddening. So I can't even imagine what this maddening mode's like. It's like super maddening mode. Alright. I'm locked in. To be fair, I probably will make another save file just in case I want to attempt this later on my own. Like, I imagine it probably just tones down the reinforcements if nothing else. Alright, so this is best case scenario. Easiest possible difficulty, so if I get screwed, I hate to end the playthrough there, but I might have to if that's the case. Which really sucks. So hopefully this doesn't end up being ridiculously brutal. Probably just play it safe to be just in case, but I mean, it can't be as bad. Like, it can't be, otherwise, what the heck is this game?
All right.
I'll protect you.
I'm with you.
Mavier reporting.
The choice is yours.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can't even, like, if I'm struggling this much with hard casual, I can't even imagine what any setting of maddening would be like.
I am full of vigor.
Like, I cannot imagine what that's like.
Whatever you need.
With pride.
I mean, honestly, when it comes to these, I mean, like, I take pride in the fact that I did that much of the game without lowering the difficulty. Like, because, I mean, that's just 2 chapters that I'm doing on normal mode. But considering the last couple chapters, I was barely pulling those off, I am not surprised that I eventually was going to get walled. Especially with how not worth it was to do the skirmishes, because, like, you use up so many resources that it wasn't even worth it. Because it looks like the same amount of base units, I just imagine they probably just toned down the reinforcements. Otherwise, what the frick? Well, I'm just gonna let him go ham. I'm just gonna have everyone else just sit back and deal with this. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Well, and also if healing items didn't cost money, which I just always just have a very finite amount of in this game. I know part of it too is that in 3 houses, like, you can get bullions from your enemies, so you can sell them for a decent amount of money. That does not exist in this game. So it is way harder to farm for money. Because otherwise I'd have, like, more weapon upgrades, stronger weapons, etc. Wow. Yeah, and of course, like, part of it too is all the units have more health, so, like, they should also go down more easily. Oh, I suppose I probably didn't even think to use that. Whoops. Well, probably because I wasn't really paying attention in terms of I didn't know it even existed. We'll keep that in mind for subsequent playthroughs, though. Alright. Yeah, I was like, still don't probably take any of these people lightly. Well, and I know part of it, too, is, like, eventually I just figured out, for, like, this particular difficulty, the general strategy was to, like, get everyone together as quickly as possible, so that we could all take on units together. With this map, you are separated for a decent amount of turns before you finally reunite over here, so that strategy no longer is applicable until, like, decently into the map. Yeah.
May their souls find
Because even with the previous map with the avalanches, like, you could still get all your units to one side of the map, given it would take a bit of effort, but it's still possible. Whereas this map, it's like, nope, you are forcibly separated.
I'm sorry.
I mean, to be fair, I made it pretty decently far into the map. Like, I made it to about here. But yeah, that would have been so much, because in addition to everything else, I would have had to taken out all these units, which I think there actually were maybe a few... Oh, no. I know what it was. Some of them went up here. So them, I would have had to taken out 2 monsters, these 4 mages, and then Lumera, who has 3 units of health, in addition to dodging the lasers. That was just going to be a bit too much. Because, yeah, to be honest, like, with 3 houses, I swear they did not go that nuts on the reinforcements unless you were playing on Maddening. Here we go. And even then, I don't even think it was that bad.
I can't believe I did that.
Unless it was, like, the final map. Like, I remember the final map of Crimson Flower very vividly. But I even still think that was easier than what I just attempted.
I'm guided by the emblems.
Well, I guess to be fair, also, that wasn't a blind playthrough either. Like, I had done, like, normal and hard leading up to trying Maddening. So I also had the experience where, like, this is a completely blind playthrough in terms of how the maps play out. So I also have that going against me. Yeah, and that's the other part of it, too. The chain attacks are brutal. Oh, this might have been a piss poor idea. Oh yeah, I forgot that map also sucks. Yes, that is a good reminder. I forgot how much that map sucks when you're on Maddening. That was the one thing Crimson Flower had going for it was, shit. Well. Yeah, I'm gonna reset the turn. I know it sucks, but it's reality. I would like all hands on deck for as long as possible. No way! Because that's the other part of it from what I just saw. With hard difficulty, you got a finite amount of charges. You get an infinite amount on normal mode. Holy shit! Holy shit, that makes this way easier. Because you could try it as many times as you want. That is nuts. Oh. Which is good, because I just messed that up. That is insane! Because I know 10's a lot of charges, but, like, you still use them up pretty quickly. Like, I'm just dying laughing at that. just having an infinite amount of time crystal charges makes this so much easier.
With a true...
Because there's, like, at that point, there's no consequences for using those. Wow.
One strike will this.
Gosh, I wonder what Maddening's like then. I wonder, I mean... Yeah, because like, you get 10 charges for hard mode. I wonder how many time crystal charges you get with Maddening, or if you can even use it at all. That's my other question. So now that I know that, whenever my units miss, I'm just gonna reset their particular turn. Because why not? There's no consequences.
Now that was a party.
It honestly just feels rewarding knowing that after just struggling through most of the game, because it's like, okay, now I don't have to struggle for the remaining 2 maps. Because to be honest, the map might be difficult enough just on normal mode. Specifically once we finally get to Lumera and we have to take down all those things towards the end of the map. Actually, let's see what Seedal's range is. Like, I still can't get over the fact that you have infinite time crystal charges. Like, you didn't even have an infinite amount in 3 houses. Like, it was still a finite amount of divine pulse charges.
I won't forget you.
Alright, so this time I'm not going to go as gung-ho with Kagetsu's attack because I just saw that he would die if I attempted that. I almost forgot Diamant was in the party because he died so early. Alright, get that queued up. Keep Ivy the heck over there. Yeah, and in terms of the final map with Sombron, I did look up what the, well, I don't know, like, how it ends necessarily, but I did look up, like, what I had to do, because I knew there were multiple endings, so I know what I have to do in order to get the good ending. Beyond that, I haven't looked it up. I was like, yeah, just in case, so I just don't get screwed the first time, especially with these maps taking over an hour to complete.
Do not stand in my way.
Like, basically, like, you guys will see it when I get to that map, but there's a certain thing you have to do, during the map, and if you fail at that objective, you get the bad ending. Given you can just reattempt it, but still. It's not like you're completely screwed at that point, but
allow me.
It still sucks. It's like, oh yeah, an hour to an hour and a half's worth of work, just down the crapper. Yeah, probably shouldn't go that nuts.
Emblem engage. Our bonds give me strength.
Well, then, of course, I just think back to, like, when Divine Pulse wasn't even a thing, or like, when Casual wasn't a thing in Fire Emblem games, of, like, how did people beat these games? Especially on harder difficulties.
Gods, please protect us.
It's like, yeah, if you just got unlucky, your units would be just permanently lost. Not even about, like, a guilty conscience about them dying. It's more so, like, you can't use them anymore. You are down to more finite resources. Which is nice that they give you, like, so many units, but still, it's like, why? Well, of course, in Three Houses, I felt so bad whenever anyone died, because you're like, these are your students, and you just got them killed. What the heck, man? Because, of course, with Three Houses being my first Fire Emblem game, I didn't exactly know what I was doing, so I was like, oh yeah, I'll just start normal classic, why not? Got to do killed almost instantly. And then found out that's how classic mode works. It just, he was not in any more cutscenes. Like, yep, that is a hard reset. Yeah, and of course I didn't know exactly during that first playthrough how the recruitment system worked. So I pretty much went in with the bare minimum units you could have in the Blue Lions route, and that was it. With every other playthrough I did recruitments because I actually knew how it worked by that point. But with that playthrough, it was like the bare minimum. Because, like, if you know what you're doing, you can do it on a fresh playthrough. But if you don't, you're just gonna have your bare minimum units. Which, to be fair, you do get the most amount. Well, and the thing is too is that without spoiling too much of it, basically, if you do not complete or yeah, hold on a sec, or else actually I can skip this. Yeah, basically, like in this game, each character has either a solo or a paired paralogue in that game. With Dedue specifically, if you do not complete his paralogue, he dies. Just canonically, he does not join you for the second half of the game. He's just gone. It is not like this for any other unit in that game. Thank goodness I just did all the paralogs, because otherwise that would have been, yeah, like I said, really messed up. Just finding out, it's like, oh yeah, where's Dedue? Well, because especially since, like, you think you failed regardless because Dimitri's like, oh, Dedue died. You're like, wait, what? And then you see him show up on the Great Bridge of Burden. You're like, heck yeah, let's go. He's alive. Alright, now I gotta watch out for the laser. So it's like, you could potentially be down another unit if you don't know that.
Was that too much?
Well, especially for the later maps, because you, I think you can have up to 3 adjuncts, but then, so for a total of 15 units, but you can only have up to 12 units on the map, unlike in this game, which apparently is 14. It might be more for the final map, I'll find out once I get to that point. Yeah, I know exactly. Okay. Yeah, and of course I always find it funny with this game too, because like, what can occasionally happen is like what I refer to as tease maneuvers, where you barely don't finish the enemy off. Like, they have 1 hit point or, like, 2 or 3 hit points. You're like, are you kidding me? You couldn't just die. And then, of course, they go on to kill a unit because it's brutal. Alright, I gotta be careful, because, oh no, I got 3 units. That should be okay. There we go.
Better to act than to worry.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, in the Blue Lines route, you do get the most amount of units without recruiting anybody.
Cuteness combined.
But yeah, like I said, you unfortunately lose to do if you just don't know what you're supposed to do in that situation. Alright, then I push them back. Of course, I just debate on whether or not to heal Kagetsu or just take this dude out. Yeah, let's take this dude out, given it even connects. Alright, sweet. Yeah, because the Black Eagles route, you get the least amount of units, especially for one of the 2 sub-routes. Like, I think you only get, like... And I'm talking pre-DLC, because another character joins you if you have the DLC. But just the base game, I think you only have, like, 9 characters.
May their souls find peace.
Given it's shorter, but it's... boy, does it make up for it.
I'll change the future into hope.
Yeah, you couldn't tell, the Blue Lines route was my first route that I played in that game. Yeah, I did that, and then I did the Black Eagles route, both routes. I knew it was split, so I basically just, did a save point before the turning point in that route. Oh yeah, oh crap. Guess who forgot about the laser? Yeah, and then Golden Deer was last, which honestly I feel like was the biggest payoff on the planet because, massive spoiler alert for that particular route.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you guys, I'll give it 10 seconds, but yeah, massive spoiler warning for what I'm about to discuss with that route, because it basically covers what happens at the end. Alright, so basically what happens is...
Here we go.
There was like basically an ancient battle where Saros, the divine entity of that world, fought this guy named Nemesis, basically the big bad. Basically, Nemesis gets resurrected, but only in that route. So basically, ending with the route where you fight him is like was the coolest thing ever. Just ending it that way, because you do not fight him in any of the other 3 routes. which is why it kind of comes the heck out of nowhere. But yeah, that was the coolest thing between that and just God-shattering star. Just being the song for that particular map was the coolest thing on the planet. Same thing with going to Shambhala, basically where the Agarthans live. Just the dubstep playthrough, song that plays, just also coming the heck out of nowhere. That was another really cool moment of that game. Yeah, and then of course, as soon as I got there, I'm just like, yep, this is definitely giving me massive Tron vibes. Alright. Alright, now I gotta watch out for these reinforcements. Well, not reinforcements, but the units up ahead. Well, I think part of it too with hard mode is that a lot of units had like throwing weapons, and it was kind of almost like I know it's not actually random, but it almost felt random in terms of like this enemy's gonna have a throwing weapon, or just you have to guess which reinforcements are gonna have throwing weapons, because that's also fun. Okay, so then... try to take out this monster. Yeah, I'll probably save all Chris' attack for later. Plus, I know it's kind of weird, is like this, the battle system for taking out the monsters in this game is like a lot more simplistic, whereas like there was that whole, you had to break their defensive kind of their defenses in like each individual square of the map, and then once you took it out, basically you got a guaranteed hit where the monster couldn't counterattack. That was pretty cool if you could pull it off.
I am sorry.
Well, plus its defenses were down. Alright. Yeah, plus I'm just noticing less units, because initially there were 2 units over here, maybe, or actually those were reinforcements, never mind. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I had to deal with them by the time I got to this point in the map. It's still probably going to take an hour to do the map, but it's just going to be getting from point A to point B, not dealing with waves upon waves upon waves of reinforcements. But yeah, it's also nice to know the laser is an insta-kill depending on what unit you have. Yeah, no reinforcements. I love this. Yeah, I'm pretty much gonna have everyone advance first before I attempt to destroy this wall. Or it basically forces them to destroy the wall.
put up a good fight.
Yeah, I know I gotta level up Diamant a little bit because he's way behind.
That was a cinch!
Yeah, I know part of it too is I know I could have done most of the paralogs and maxed out some of the emblems, but at the same time, those maps don't relent as much as everything else in this game. Especially since not all of them are the same difficulty. Alright, go ahead, skip. Okay, there's a few. Okay, there's still reinforcements, just not as bad. And Seagull can actually kill things in this game.
It is done. Have I made a difference?
That's how a knight does it.
Yes! Rest in pieces.
Unforgivable.
Alright, laser number 2. Okay, now we're starting to get those reinforcements. They just show up later. Whether or not it's going to be as gross as hard mode, we'll see.
Emblem!
Emblem.
The experiment was a success.
You didn't give it your all.
I can't believe I did that.
Naturally.
I have dispensed with doubt.
Yeah, give him some time to heal.
Guess I needed protecting.
I hope I've done well.
I had to stop you.
Alright, now we got reinforcements coming from the center.
Better than ever.
I won't let you do what you want.
I'm not not afraid anymore.
I am sorry.
Name my target.
Alright, so the party's pretty much reunited at this point. Yeah, those reinforcements are way toned down. Jeez Louise.
Now for my next experiment.
Emblem, engage!
I know part of it is I want to conserve it for the actual critical boss fights coming up ahead.
Understood.
Alright, they're catching up pretty quickly.
May all find salvation.
I'm strong after all.
You were a worthy opponent.
to stop you.
Another kill for me.
Emblem in...
Yeah, this is where it's gonna start getting tricky.
Emblem engage. There is nothing to fear.
Hold nothing back.
Okay, that's one monster down.
Lend me your strength.
I'm sorry you're stuck with me. By my...
Here we go.
For Lucia.
I'll change the future into hope.
Alright, so the monsters are gone. Now let's get everyone else the heck out of Dodge. Yeah, and she's stuck there. Yeah, like Diamond's likely gonna get bodied, but it'll at least keep those units busy for a tower.
Defeated. After all, if I...
Sacrifice will not be in vain, especially since I am playing on casual mode.
I'm sweating.
It is so much of a relief to not have to worry about a bunch of reinforcement units coming. Like, one's already enough.
A slight injury.
I want to be with my child. That's my only desire. Please, stay out of this.
How about no? I'll probably take out the mage units first before we try to deal with Lumera.
A good wind.
I must gather more data.
I'll probably avoid that so she doesn't die. Wow, rude. Gotta love the random critical. Alright, here come more reinforcements, so preferably try to do this in the next turn. Well, I guess to be fair, now I could probably just ignore that mage if that's my intentions.
I need to get stronger until no one can beat me.
Alright, one down.
Mother! Here we are at last. How about we train here? You'll be the one fighting. The Emblem.
What? You said that back at...
The Emblem lends you their... No! These memories. I wanted to spend time with you. To chat for hours. Take long walks together. Share meals. And then...
Stop, please. It's all right. There are lots of things I wish we'd done too. We weren't able to. But that's okay. It's better than seeing you suffer like this. You can still surrender, Mother. Please. For me.
No! Lord Somron gave me more time with my child. I refuse to waste it. I won't let anyone take that away. Not even you. I waited for so long. 1,000 years of waiting.
And this is where it becomes really messed up. It's one of the biggest cases of we've won, but at what cost? Well, that barely did any damage, jeez.
You put up a good fight.
Alright, 2 units of health down, 1 to go.
Cuteness combined.
Alright, Rosado, time to finish this.
I cannot allow this. Here it comes. Time. It's moving too fast. I can't seem to keep up.
Whew. There's still 14 turns in probably an hour, even on that difficulty. Jeez Louise.
I'm so sorry, Mother.
That voice. Is it you, my child? It would seem that you received my ring at last.
Mother! You're yourself again!
You remembered the promise that I made to you?
Yes. Every word you said to me. before I fell asleep. You see this? I'm one of the emblems now.
My child, an emblem. I can hardly believe my own eyes. Oh, how hard you must have worked to achieve such a thing.
It was tough, but I'm glad I can show you what I've become. I just wanted to make you proud.
It looks like Queen Lumera is disappearing.
The corruption is leaving her body, so now she has to go. Nothing can be done to stop it.
I'm so sorry, Mother. It seems we have to part yet again.
You're wrong. From the first moment that we connected, I have always been at your side. The years after I lost my family were a dark time. The pain of what had been taken was unbearable. But then I met you. And even though I missed you during your long slumber, I knew that you would wake up someday. We'd be together again. Knowing that, how could I ever feel lonely? You and I will never be apart again.
I feel the same. Ever since we met, I've never felt truly alone, not really. You showed me the warmth of a real connection, and that is stronger than death.
You have always been my bright, shining light. I can never thank you enough for being my child.
Thank you, Mother. Getting to be your child is my greatest happiness. If we should meet again, I want to spend more time with you. Pinky, promise me.
We will, child. I'll remember this promise we have made. And I'll remember you. The sky is so beautiful above me. Just like the one I saw the day you opened your eyes again. From now on, you must protect it all. Everything. Under this beautiful sky.
I promise.
Brother,
I'm all right. Please, don't be sad for me. Mother is where she belongs now. I know we'll meet again. It's time to go. We have to check the barrier.
Time to kick Sombron's ass. For real. I know I saw her leave us with my own eyes, but here, feels like we might see her again.
Oh.
Can tell by sight alone you've grown stronger. Still, don't exert yourself, alright?
Thanks.
I'm stronger now, it's all thanks to your leadership. Thanks, Divine One. You okay? I mean, you did fight your mom here. If you have to if you have to cry, go ahead and let it out.
Queen Lumera.
At the end, she must have felt great joy knowing you'd become an emblem.
Well done.
You put on quite a show, as I expected of the Divine Dragon. Try to keep it up out there. I got stronger, but I'm conflicted. Is it okay for a man of the cloth to get better at taking life? You were magnificent out there. You were the star and the battlefield was your stage.
Well...
Much as I enjoy spectating your battles, a better vantage point to do so as a combatant myself.
You know...
Only you truly know the pain you're in right now. Make sure you heal at your own pace.
It is true.
I have no desire to compete for enemy hands. I only wish to serve Lady Vale and you.
So,
Thought my fighting days were long past, but it turns out you never really forget how it's done. Fell dragon imagery is everywhere. What were the ancient artisans thinking as they carved it?
Wow.
I was in awe of your every move, Divine One. Both on and off the battlefield, you're amazing.
Well,
I don't know how to describe this place other than to say it looks like that this is where things go to die.
ah,
Your skills are always improving. You continue to depress me, Divine One. I'm bored. Come on, you gotta put me back in the fight. Just kidding. I can wait till you need me.
Nuh-uh.
Cool, bold, legendary. Those are some of the feelings that I'm not feeling in here.
yes.
Think I may have been useful in that battle. Should I praise myself? I suppose I can try. Seriously, I love this dude's character development. He just gets gradually more and more confident with himself.
Now then.
I'm proud of my boy. Are you impressed by my performance, Divine One? Could have cut down 1,000 foes.
Yes.
I was afraid for you to fight Queen Lumera, but I'm glad you got to see her, the real her, in the end. I won't cry like before. Queen Lumera will always be with you, Divine One. I just know it.
Yes.
Queen Lumera was smiling, wasn't she? I think that was the happiest I'd ever seen her. Alright, now there's a resource in the corner. Alright, that should lift the barrier then.
The barrier is vanishing. We destroyed it at last.
But look what's happened to the sky.
Sombron opened the portal.
Papa, he's there.
If this goes on, the power of other worlds will pour through, and this one will be destroyed. Elios will meet its end.
No, I won't let that happen. My mother entrusted this world to me. I will protect everyone. Everyone who lives beneath this sky.
I have no doubt that a world ruled by you would be a beautiful place.
What brought that on?
It needed saying.
I'll need you to help build that world, Marth. Help me protect it. Forever.
Forever.
It's a promise, then.
A world ruled by the Divine Dragon. Now that's an inspiring thought.
Everyone, how did our forces fare?
We are treating our wounded and should be able to leave soon.
You stand before the final battle, undaunted, full of hope. I've much to learn from you.
When this war's over and we've had time to rebuild, I'm gonna visit all your countries.
Bring the emblems along. After so much time confined to the rings, I'm sure they'd like to see the world.
Right. Now that the 12 Rings' power has been used, people won't try to steal them. The emblems will be safe. They can stay summoned and go wherever they want.
We'll show them our countries, introduce them to our citizens. They'll be seen as war heroes.
I won't say no to a new camping buddy. Oh, make that too. Hope they like to sing.
I imagine their experience will make them good advisors for restoring Alucia.
It's nice, isn't it? Having something to look forward to? Something to fight for the first time in my life? I'm excited for the future.
Before we reach that future, we'll have to face Sombron. Are you ready for that, Vale?
I am. I'm not afraid to stand up to him. I was so lonely. I couldn't admit it, but he stopped being my father long ago. There's no bond left to break.
Vale,
Divine One, our wounded soldiers have been treated, one and all.
Thank you, Vander. Let's depart, everyone. The final battle is upon us at last.
This journey has made you and your allies so much stronger. I wish I could stay here and help you all build a peaceful world. But we may soon have to part ways.
Meanwhile, back with Samialir. The last engage. So if I can get the final boss map going in the next hour, I'll go for it. Otherwise, I'll save that for the next session. Especially now that I'm playing at a slightly easier difficulty. Because I'm pretty much going to return to this point, regardless of what happens. I'm basically just going to make 2 save files. One for the end of the main playthrough, and then one for all the remaining content I have yet to do, which is going to include probably like 15 or 16 paralogs, and then the Xenolog.
Yes.
The final battle against the Fell Dragon at last. I'm certain Queen Lumera is watching over us. Yeah, and I'm gonna do, like, besides, like, maybe affinity talks, I'm just gonna do absolutely minimal prep. I'm just gonna go straight into it.
Divine One, we have been getting reports lately of a strange presence coming from this well. I have not been able to find anything unusual about it, but perhaps you should investigate.
Oh, that's nice. So yeah, I was gonna say it has different difficulties. Plus, apparently, you don't have to complete it all in one swoop. Gonna do my best to impress my father, in the hope that he's watching me now. Fishing's hard. Although a jolt of thunder may cause the fish to float up. Eh, maybe not.
I keep thinking back to what you were saying about sleep, Lyndon.
Ah, greetings, Divine One.
I'm still a firm no on that experiment, but I do want to talk about it with you.
Are you sure you want to waste your time visiting this old codger? There are so many others you could talk to who'd have a real impact on your life.
What's gotten into you? Is this because you got a talking to from Vander? He wasn't happy to hear you might have burned my hair off.
Well, no use dredging up the distant past, I always say.
I know it won't happen again. So, let's put it behind us and talk about sleep.
I'm relieved to hear you don't hold a grudge. But even so, I don't know how much use I'll be. Find a more practical and efficient use of your time, or you'll regret it down the road.
Well, I'd hate to waste any time, it's true. I, of all people, know how fleeting it can be.
Well said. Now then,
all the more reason why we should sit and have this talk without delay, Lyndon. There's a lot I want to ask, and any more back and forth would be impractical and inefficient.
Well, but on the other hand, too smart for your own good, I say. But have it your way. Whatever wisdom I've got is at your disposal.
When I was a professor, I always was finding lost items. Now I watch for them as a habit.
Listen to me.
For all the lives we've lost, for our future, we must win. And with you, I believe we can.
Yes.
After this battle, we shall at last have peace. For the sake of the people, we must not fail. Oh yeah, so I got the DLC because there's gonna be like some other content and like a side story that's gonna be a whole nother thing, which will continue the next week. Some of them include costumes. Ta-da! Found this out about a week or so ago. It's great. Ta-da!
How do you do?
Yes, I'm wearing it for the rest of the playthrough.
Very well, then.
At long last, the final battle's upon us. We must defeat the Fell Dragon, for Elusia's sake. I mean, you're lucky I'm just doing the diet version, which is just having Alir wear the costume. I could set it so everyone's wearing the costume. Oops, all Samis. Yeah, no, just look at those unblinking eyes. There's also a version where it's like, you can still see Alir's head, but it's just the ears. But this is just, this is a whole other thing. Woo! See, Snorlax, Scrummy, Bingus, Pepsi Man's happy. So happy.
Dragon, I'm so happy you came!
Even while you're wearing this costume. Yeah, luckily for you, it only gets worn during the Somniel, like it does not show up in any cutscenes or supports. It's literally just walking around the Somniel with it.
It worked! It actually...
What?
Pardon me.
Alright, good job, Fram. Yeah, I totally wasn't messing around with this after I purchased it, not at all.
Is there something I can do?
Yes.
I'm conflicted about Sombron's impending defeat. Still, hope to win this fight beside you.
Now.
It's time, and with you in front, we won't lose. Can't believe how confident I feel around you.
Thank you. Amazing.
No, I'm not giving you the horse poop, Alchrist. See you back to normal.
Alchrist, there's another wolf. It's heading toward you. Look out!
Yes, I see it.
Why are you standing still? We need to get to safety.
It's okay, Divine One. I can handle this. Smell that, boy? I brought some jerky with me. Come on, eat up.
I don't believe it. Alchrist just tamed that wolf.
This is the same wolf that almost attacked you before, Divine One. You'd better head back up the mountain now. Stay safe out there, okay?
When did you two become friends?
I've been coming here to practice my archery. He keeps showing up to watch. We were pretty tense around each other at first. But then I remembered your advice.
Which advice was that?
You said I should handle things my own way. I didn't want to attack the wolf, so I relaxed. He must have sensed that because he relaxed and kind. Now it's like we're friends.
Oh, Chris, that's amazing.
Thank you. It was all because of your guidance. Oh, what am I doing? I'm thanking the Divine Dragon in such an informal manner.
Oh, Chris, no, we were doing so good.
Please, Alchrist, no more throwing yourself at my feet.
Huh?
Don't be upset. Your apologies are impressive, but you could stand to, well, stand more often. If you really want to thank me, that wolf did look awfully friendly toward you. Could you help me win him over?
Well, that should be easy. Just bring some jerky next time, then we can all play together.
I'll do just that. Can't wait. Thank you, Alchrist.
That face. Alright, then I'll give Mavier the poop.
Yes.
This is what you get for still worshipping the Fell Dragon after all the bullshit he's put us through. There. Now think about what you've done. He's still wearing the mask. That's great. I'm letting it play out the stuff. Or no, okay, so it was only the pool. Now he's wearing the outfit. He's taller than the horse. Or just as tall as the horse with that costume. I swear, if they make a similar-esque kind of a costume in Tears of the Kingdom, I will laugh my ass off. Alright, so that's all the affinity bonding I can do without buying stuff. Alright, of course I'm forgetting the most critical thing before we head off to go fight an evil dragon. How could I forget? Sami must pet the Sami. We gotta do it at least one more time before we wrap up the base game. Of course, I'll probably continue to do it a bit, like even through the paralog streams. Alright, give him another orange. Peak Sami content. No, actually, no. This is peak Sami content. Take it in and just eat it up and sniff, Zachman. Sami petting a Sami. It has really come full circle. Alright, bye, Sami. We'll see you on the flip side. And I know I could do battle prep, but honestly, I just want to kind of go straight into the final battle, especially since I lowered the difficulty. I mean, I'm going to be coming back to this particular save file pre-defeating Sombron anyways for the rest of it. Alright, so I will go ahead and save. Alright, but first I was gonna check my inventory. Could have put most of these on Ivy so she stands a better... Nope, that's bad. So she stands more of a chance going forward. Okay, probably not that one. Probably use this on... Yeah, I'll probably use it on Lyndon. Alright, I'll probably give her Fram's meal. Okay, I'll swap out elixirs. Alright, I'll probably go ahead and buy some more staves.
Whoa.
Oh, I actually can't buy any. Oof.
I thank you. 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 I thank you.
Alright, let's go ahead and put some of this equipment on people. 40 as opposed to... Yeah, I'll probably swap out one of his healing stabs. Then I'll have her take that for friends. There we go. Okay, so Divine Dragon only, so I'll make sure to give that to Pancake. Okay, 39, 36. Yeah, I'll go with that. Alright, so slot 3 will be my main playthrough wrap-up. Alright, off we go. So yeah, likely I'll be wrapping up the main part of the playthrough, and then next time we'll just be cranking through a bunch of paralogs. You can access the final battle with Felddragon Sombron from the second floor balcony of Somniel's Cafe Terrace. Okay, so you have to go back to the Somniel in order to even initiate the final battle. Alright, I'll go ahead and make my 2 save files again now that I know that. Alright. And it's like I've already put 4 dozen hours in already. I guess a new bit of dialogue opened up.
If I may.
This is the last battle, huh? Don't worry, Divine One. I'll be right behind you to the end.
Nice.
Okay, now I'll officially make the double save file. Alright, off we go. Time to go kick Sombron's ass once and for all.
Hi.
Oh, I forgot, we still gotta view a bunch of supports. Scratch that, it's gonna be a bit.
Your rendition of that landscape came out stunning, Rosado. I saw it on display in the cafe. Everyone who walked by seemed to stop and stare at it.
Oh, I'm so glad. It was worth the trip, right?
It was. Even if we almost drowned crossing that river on the way, and that pack of wolves that chased us, I really thought we were going to die. That's all just fond memories now. And the view we found made it all worth it.
Thanks again for coming with. I couldn't have drawn that piece without your help.
I've been meaning to ask you, Rosado. Is your passion for art really only about likes?
What?
Watching you draw that day, it felt like maybe you had another goal, beyond them.
I guess... I do. The world is filled with so much beauty. Most people only get to see a little of it.
True. It's impossible for people to see everything on their own.
That's such a waste, isn't it? There are forms of beauty out there we don't even have names for. Unique, precious things. If I can show people even a little more of the diversity in the world, I'll be happy. It'll mean I've helped build a world where folks accept and appreciate each other's differences.
Opening minds by showing them new things. Didn't know you were such a profound thinker.
Maybe I'm just showing off.
Not at all. I have a lot of respect for you, Rosado. Even more now.
Thank you. That means a lot. Want to join me the next time I go looking for a new landscape to draw?
I'd love to. I'm eager to see what you show me next.
Okay, there's not too many, but at least a couple.
I love to make the dishes sparkle. Each polished plate rewards me with a view of my own scintillating smile.
There you are, Gold Mary. Look, I wanted to apologize to you about the other day.
Apologize? Why?
You made doing laundry look like lots of fun. I actually did want to join you. I just couldn't.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
I can explain, but it's kind of personal.
It's all right. Don't be shy.
Okay. Well, I normally hate to bring this up, but I had a horrible childhood. My parents were too poor to raise me, so I was abandoned. I ended up living with a stranger. Even from a really young age, he had me doing all the housework. So, something about doing chores takes me right back to that place. It fills me with dread.
I had no idea.
These days, I always do stuff like laundry and dishes alone. That way I'm not bothering anybody if I go to pieces over it.
I understand.
But I'm not here to make excuses. I'm determined to put my past behind me. I want to be a totally new person. So in the spirit of a fresh start, let's do some chores!
I admire your courage, Yunaka. In that case, please join me in washing the dishes.
You got it, Gold Mary!
Andreo?
Hey, is something the matter?
I don't understand. How did I end up with all this food?
Let's see. Vegetables, wheat, meat, fish. That's quite a haul you've got.
There's so much. I don't even know what to do with it all. Why is everyone sending me these gifts?
They're not gifts exactly. They're offerings. people's way of expressing their faith in you.
I understand that the people who live in the Kingdom of Solm are quite free-spirited, but why is everyone being so kind to me? It's just... it doesn't make sense.
Well, as angry and vengeful as humans can be, they can also be compassionate, forgiving. Many people, in Solm and beyond, recognize that you've changed for the better. I'm sure if they met you in person, they would show you nothing but kindness.
They would? Really? If that's how it is, I suppose I'd like to give something back to everyone. They've given me the gift of happiness, and I want to repay them.
I like it. What did you have in mind?
Lady Vale seems safe enough. For the time being, anyway. I must not be noticed following her. I will stay back and observe without being seen. I cannot imagine explaining to Marnie that I allowed harm to befall Lady Vale.
Mother, I see you following me.
Lady Vale?
So you don't think I can take care of myself? Is that what this is?
No. Or rather, yes. I mean, I know you are very capable, but I also worry it is my duty as a knight to keep you safe.
You're not just a knight. You're also my friend. Instead of worrying about me, try trusting me.
A friend? I did not know. If that is the case, please tell me why you walk through town alone. As your friend, I am concerned for your safety. I want to understand why you would do that.
I do it to atone for my sins. A lot of people were hurt because of me. I need to find something good I can do for this town.
Lady Vale, since that is the case, it is important that I be by your side. As one of the four hounds, I also committed sins for which I must atone. You are not alone in your feelings, or your goal.
You have such a good heart, Mavier, and I'm lucky to have you as a friend. So, will you help me? Can we find something good to do for this town together?
Of course, Lady Vale.
It's like, Mavier is what Vale deserves. Screw Samron. Alright, so it's at the second floor. Okay, so that's how you get to the final battle. Alright, off we go.
The final battle is upon us. When you are ready, we will move the Somniel itself to the portal. Once we face the Fell Dragon, there may be no turning back. Are you ready of mind and equipped for what's ahead?
I suppose it's probably the only way we can reach it.
We should reach Sombron soon. Let's win this battle, and then return home together.
Yes, of course.
Marth, what's happening to you?
I can't hide this any longer, can I?
Hide what?
There's something I should tell you before we arrive. The portal has destabilized our world. I lack physical form, as do the other emblems. We may not be able to hold ourselves together.
I had no idea. I wish I had realized. But if the portal is doing this, then it's only temporary, right? After we close it, you and the other emblems will recover.
The moment the portal closes, there will be a great distortion. We will not be able to withstand it.
What are you saying?
When the battle is done and the portal closed, all emblems aside from you will cease to be.
You mean, if we defeat Sombron, if we close the portal, we'll lose you and the other emblems?
Yes.
We've been together this whole time, and now you're just going to disappear? Please, Marth. I don't want to lose you and the others. We need you.
Leaving the portal open would doom this world. Would you prefer that?
No, but...
We emblems came into existence in order to aid this realm. We would do anything to protect the people of Helios, even if it means our end.
So our promise to rebuild Helios together, our plan to see the world, none of that is possible?
I'm so sorry.
There's no need to apologize. I've asked so much of you. Too much. But when I thought about a future with you by my side, I felt truly happy.
There is a promise I can still keep. In Lethos, the day you awoke. What did I say when you summoned me? Your ally. Until the very end.
I remember.
I will never break that promise. Until this war's end. Until my own. I will stay by your side.
You're so kind, Marth. You've always been so kind.
You are too. That's why we've made it this far. More than your strength. It's your care for others that has brought us all here.
Thank you.
Now prepare yourself. We'll arrive at the portal soon.
I'm ready.
Poor Alir. Jeez.
So this is the portal to other worlds.
It's beautiful, but very cold.
You two, here.
Sombron!
Screw you to hell, old man.
Papa!
I did not expect you to survive, let alone reach me here.
We've come to stop you from destroying Helios.
I am done with your worthless world. Return to it and shut the portal. Live in peace there. You stay in your world. I now leave for other ones. That should satisfy us both.
You're going to return and attack Helios again. We'll never believe you wouldn't. And you've caused too much suffering, too much loss to run free. We will defeat you right now and prevent you from invading any other worlds.
Invading other worlds? You think my desire is so simple?
Am I wrong?
Invasion is merely a means to an end. What I seek is a reunion. A reunion with Zero Emblem.
Zero?
I've not heard word of this before.
Of course not. That emblem is not of your world, nor am I.
What do you mean?
Beyond this portal lie infinite worlds. One of them was my home. It had its own emblem rings, and a war arose to control them. My kind lost. The enemy used the ring's power to slaughter my relatives. All of them. I was very young. Our enemies granted me alone the mercy of exile.
You mean they sent you to Helios?
A peaceful world, ruled by godlike dragons. I was meant to live a quiet life there, but I brought something with me, unknown to them. A single emblem ring.
Zero Emblem.
In my world, known as the Emblem of Foundations. With my power, unable to speak, legend said this emblem fought without aid. So much ambition, and no allies. That story showed me the way forward in my complete isolation. I was trapped in this world, without friends or family. Only that emblem gave me comfort.
Whoever it was must have been mighty indeed. An emblem should not be able to survive traveling from one world to another. To stay in form in a new world, even for moments. I've never heard of such power.
Now you want a reunion. So, that emblem is gone.
Exactly. And all because of villagers that found me a few years after I arrived. They mistook me for an abandoned child. They pitied me. My first connection in your world. Soon after, the emblem deserted me, leaving only the ring behind. And why? For bonding with the people of this world. I despaired, and then I reduced their village to ash. I swore to forego all bonds in pursuit of my ambitions, as my emblem had. I fought alone, confided in none, preparing to return to my world, to exact revenge. I needed pawns for my plan, and territory. I spent years amassing it all. Then I attacked.
So, the war 1,000 years ago. That's what it was about?
But Papa, you weren't alone in this world. Mama loved you deeply. Your believers, your attendants, my siblings, Sepia, Chris, Marnie, Mavir, my brother and me. Everything we did was for you.
As I said, pawns, acting on my command and mine alone, meant to be used and discarded. Deaths which mean nothing.
That's why you killed them all. But what about us? You wanted us to die?
You were no different to me.
How horrible.
You can't be right about your emblem. You weren't left behind.
What?
A solitary warrior like that emblem would know how hard it is to be alone. And would stay by your side, sparing you that loneliness and exile. Until you weren't alone, and had new people in your life. Until you were okay. Don't you think more than anyone, a true friend like that wanted you to have those connections?
You know nothing. Nothing at all about my emblem.
That's true. But if your emblem disappeared without a word, then you don't either. No one does.
All the more reason to be reunited. I will scour world after world.
Sombron, the emblem of foundations is no more. You can search and search, but there's no point. You might meet the original hero, but emblems are not the same beings. We are not them. You will never be reunited with your emblem. Never again.
Be silent.
I can only imagine how much resentment you feel. But to sacrifice so many others, to be so selfish you destroy the world, kill your own children, it's all just so wrong.
I said be silent. You are speaking of things you do not understand. If not for my emblem, I would have died powerless. Small, that emblem had the strength to stand alone. Unlike you, huddled together, whining like dogs. Such a warrior showed me the meaning of all existence. Fight alone. Take revenge.
You're wrong. That's impossible. No emblem wants to see a world destroyed. We aid people through our bonds with the divine dragons. We are a force for good. We would never choose to let our power be exploited for evil.
Enough of this nonsense. I won't let you stop me or sway my intentions. I have striven for this for thousands of years. If you intend to stand in my way, you will die.
This is it. Prepare for battle, everyone.
Alright, time to kick his ass. Of course, he's not going to go down without a fight. He's likely going to be in his dragon form. In space! Alright. Let's do this.
You dare turn your blade on me. You dare interfere with that which I have sought for so long. Such fatal hubris. You will pay for that accordingly. Witness how fragile your bonds really are.
Huh? What's happening to them?
I am sealing off the portal back to your world. It's what I should have done the moment you arrived here. I fear your Emblem allies are too weak. They will be lost in the distortion between dimensions forevermore.
This cannot be the end. If we must part, remember all that we have done. Marth!
The emblems are...
I knew I'd have to say goodbye someday. But I thought there was time.
So much for your precious emblems. In a matter of moments, the portal will be shut for good. Take comfort, for I shall inflict no further harm upon your world. Though you will die here as I have lived, in anguish, far from home.
We can never go home?
I've been ready to die from the start. Brodia, my land, I pray you endure.
It seems Elusia will never truly know me.
I'm sorry, Mother.
Worry not. I have no desire to prolong your suffering. When I am finished, not one trace of me in your world shall remain, as though I was never there at all.
I'll stop you.
Is that so?
Our fight isn't over. The portal's open. I can do this. If I give it my all, I can summon the emblems back to me. Look at how far we've come. Will you fight him at my side? Your faith in me gives me strength.
Yes, brother. I'm with you.
Vale.
I'll be with you every step of the way. I can't summon emblems, and I can't turn into a dragon. But I'm a royal dragon all the same. There's gotta be something I can do to help.
Yeah! We'll all be right there with you. You've done so much for each and every one of us. So this time, we're returning the favor!
I'm sorry the others are dragging this out. We both know my belief in you is already enough.
I'm worried. But you don't need my support either way. I know you'll see us through this.
Divine One, emblems, if I may offer a prayer, may I be blessed to assist you in victory today.
As your sister and fellow dragon, I'll do whatever it takes to help you stop Papa.
If you have faith in the moon and stars above, our beloved emblems will return. Whatever faith remains in this heart, I give to you.
My victory drawing won't be complete without the emblems, Divine One. Bring them back to us.
You've brought us quite a few miracles already. Of course I believe in you. Never doubt it.
I could impersonate the emblems, but you know, it wouldn't be the same. So let's get them back.
This occasion is no different than any other. My belief in you has never once wavered.
You are incredibly cool, Divine One. And so is everyone here. There's no way we're losing.
You have always been my source of strength. Allow my faith, just this once, to be yours.
Divine One, this is for Father, and all the soldiers who have fallen along the way.
So that's cool, they all have quotes if they're in the party.
Your scrambling is both futile and pitiful.
Please, my friends. I need you all one last time. Once more. Let us engage! Shine on, emblem of beginnings. Mark! Care for us, emblem of echoes. Celica! Provide for us, emblem of the Holy War. Sigurd! Free us,
Emblem of genealogy. Leap! Rise up! Emblem of binding. Roy! Sweep across! Emblem of blazing. Lynn! Restore calm! Emblem of the sacred. Erica! Fight on! Emblem of radiance. Ike! Heal us! Emblem of dawn. Micaiah! Reignite us! Emblem of awakening. Lucina! Bear your fangs! Emblem of fates. Corin! Teach us! Emblem of the academy. Violet! And of course, the final emblem. Connect us! Fire Emblem!
Pancake! Oh, I suppose he doesn't know we're an emblem.
Emblems stand against you with our allies. The future may divide us once more, but here and now, we fight with one heart. This fight, this moment in time is all that matters.
What nonsense. You are the flicker of an ember, a dying light. You're nothing. The deeper your bonds, the greater your pain when those bonds crumble to dust. Why invite that inevitable pain upon yourself? Why allow such weakness to exist? Give up and perish, foolish child of mine.
Yes, you see me as a child. Foolish and weak, and maybe you're right. Maybe that's all I am. But I am not alone, and we're stronger when we stand together. Breaking of bonds can hurt, but when the bond is reforged, it comes back as strong as ever, or stronger, and it brings an even greater hope. If people are willing to work for it, any bond can be brought back to life. And that's what I'll do, every single time, for however long it takes. You won't leave this place, because we're going to stop you. Get ready, Sombron. This ends now!
Alright, time to actually kick his ass now.
Here goes.
I'm honored. Devoted to you.
I'm here.
Tell me where.
I am full of vigor.
Yes.
Yes. It was foretold.
What you got? Don't worry.
Let's do this!
With perfect poise.
Well then, let's go.
Perfection.
So the whole time we thought we were going to be fighting him inside that castle, but no, we're actually fighting him in space.
I'll go first.
I'm sorry.
Don't want to go into this too hastily.
Now for my next experiment.
Hey Joe, welcome in. Just tackling the final map, at least at the base game. Time to kick Sombron's ass. For real.
This time, victory was mine.
Alright, Sombron's on the move.
Good night.
Not a worry. Emblem, engage!
Rest in pieces.
Another kill for me.
Ooh, I just spotted a rare
Alright, so
rock.
that killed all those subordinates, so time to start pummeling Sombron in submission.
Emblem.
You fought so hard, traveled so far, merely to die.
Now I have.
Time to snipe you from a distance.
Allow me.
I have dispensed with doubt.
Emblem, engage.
You are pathetic. As if spurning me to be a divine dragon was not enough. Patricide. Unforgivable.
You killed your own children. Tried to destroy the world for your selfish desires. You're the one who is beyond forgiveness.
I said your world meant nothing to me. Its people. My children. You. Once I leave, I will forget you. Even if we met again, I would not recall your face.
In other words, you'll make the same mistakes as before. So which of us is pathetic?
A good wind.
Hanging on. Emblem, engage!
Well, unfortunately, it's impossible to complete this with the current turn.
How cute am I?
Our time has come.
More fighting?
Here we go.
And I have a feeling there's going to be a phase 2 because that seemed like it was too easy.
This Out of my way, you worms!
Yep, here comes the dragon form.
Sombron called reinforcements. But what are they?
You thought I sat idly, waiting for you to arrive. I could not bring back my emblem, but I summoned others of equal power. Dark emblems, who once plunged their worlds into despair.
Dark emblems? That presence. So familiar. Yes. These are the foes we fought in our original forms. Perhaps we should match each emblem to their own enemy. But I can't sense who is who. We should move closer, with caution.
Yeah, this definitely reminds me of the end of the Golden Deer route. Alright, now they're scattered all over the place. Shadow Dragon. Warfather. Dark Bishop. Dark God. So I'm guessing they're gonna gradually start coming in. Lowly human scum. Okay, so we got some winged units over there, so proceed with extreme caution.
I'm ready.
Allow me!
Not done.
How? How was I defeated so easily? And by a dancer, nonetheless. Alright, 2 down. Oh yeah, we should probably make sure we stay the heck out of Sombron's way while we're trying to deal with this.
Yes?
Oh, no.
time to pray.
I am sorry.
I believe I am in the right.
Unforgivable.
Was that too much?
Alright, sweet, they both got criticals. Alright, Pendra, you're up. Oh yeah, that sword's great because yeah, you can actually counterattack with it from a distance.
I act as her knight.
Only power holds meaning, only strength holds sway. Will use Howling Beam on his next turn. Try to get out of range to avoid this powerful attack.
I'm sorry you're stuck with me. By might.
This failure is my own.
The shield is gone. Now's our chance.
Yeah, let's just say he has a mountain of health.
Join me for one song.
guided by the emblems.
That was cool, was it not?
Here we go!
Let the show begin.
Lend me...
I'm here.
Grant me strength.
I'll go first.
Over here!
Emblem, engage!
Fate has brought us here.
I need to get stronger until no one can beat me.
Alright, that's 1 unit of health out of 4.
Cuteness combined! Here we go!
With a true...
I cannot allow this.
I'll go first.
Why do you attempt to throw away your life?
Alright, that's 2 units of health down.
Allow me.
Allow your soul the rest it deserves.
Alright, final unit of health.
My wife.
Wow, that was rude.
Stop them, Dark Emblem.
I'll do my best.
Don't concern yourself.
Demon King, Demon Dragon, Dark Druid, Mad King.
No problem.
I can keep going.
Emblem, engage!
I'm alone in the dark. Oh, I should probably, yeah, so I should probably get everyone out the heck out of his range.
Name my target.
You miserable fools. Okay, and there's another one over there.
Our foes are strong.
Okay, so that's why you really want to kill them quickly, is because they will summon reinforcements. More, I say. At this time of ascension, it's not enough. Not enough. Why? Why must I lose? I need more power. Ooh, Demon barely survives.
Sorry.
I had no choice but to win.
I won't quit.
hear you.
I will not falter.
Must keep going.
Okay, so now he's attacking that particular part of the map.
I won't flinch.
I'll do my best.
Emblem.
Judgment, Despair, Liberation King, Mad Dragon. Why am I the one that left to suffer? Why am I the one left to die?
I'm still alive? Huh.
Nothing left of you.
Let's pray. all find salvation.
You're all powerless, frail, insignificant. You're nothing.
The end. Am I?
Forgive us.
I must focus. That's how a knight does it.
Onigiri.
You're all pathetic weaklings. You lack the courage to face me without your swarm.
Yes.
Where you lead, I follow.
for me?
Me? I'm here. I'll manage.
More fighting? Our time has come.
Understood.
That was cool, was it not?
I've got this.
Yes?
I'm absolute. And yet you defeated me. Impossible. Alright. Time to kick him right in the butt.
Emblem, engage! War, so be it. I'll go first.
My reunion.
We've won, Sombron.
Now I will never return home. Perhaps that is just as well. I am tired. Tired of searching in every shadow.
For the Emblem of Foundations?
I would look in sunless woods, gloomy caves, the shade of a dead tree. In such places, I felt my emblem again. Now, that is all over.
You chose to be alone, yet continued to look for this emblem. Why?
Perhaps I wanted someone to appreciate how far I had come, all on my own. Someone to see me, who I am, after millennia of being cast away.
I could have been that person. Or Vale, or our siblings. Why didn't you let us? Why choose to start these wars?
I need no connections. Not in your world.
Even at the end, you don't want to be a father to us. Very well. You'll be only the fell dragon. An evil that we slayed. That's how we'll remember you.
Do as you please. I have been alone for all this time. Why should my death be different? I do not need mercy or pity. I will fade in this place, apart from the one I yearn to see.
Do you remember the invocation?
What?
The invocation for the Emblem of Foundation.
I have tried. Again and again, I said the words. It was no use.
Still, it couldn't hurt to try. One last time.
All right. Burn us, Emblem of Foundations. This light. Oh, at last we meet again.
Papa? I don't see anyone.
I don't either. It must be someone only he can see. An old friend. The one person he truly let in.
You and I. Let us be on our way. Once more, engage.
Papa.
He's gone. And the ring for the Emblem of Foundations. That's gone with him. Our fight is over. Let's go home. It's time to shut this portal, once and for all. The portal is closing. Once it's shut, the war ends, and balance returns to the world.
We did it!
Yippee!
Oh, it's really time to say goodbye.
This was a wonderful journey. Thank you for letting us share it with you.
Pancake.
No. Thank you, Marth. I'm so sad to see you go. But it's time to stand tall and say goodbye. Thank you for keeping your promise. You really were my ally, my friend, through it all. I just hope I'll be strong enough for whatever lies ahead.
You will be. You're already much stronger than 1,000 years ago. Or the day you awaken. I know you'll carry on the Emblem's legacy. And your mother's. We will not be here to help you anymore. Now, it's your turn to help others. As the Divine Dragon, and as an Emblem.
I will.
You're not doing this alone. We'll be there to support you, brother.
We can't replace Marth and the others, but we'll do what we can.
Yes. Please, don't worry. It's no good. Here come the tears.
I wish we didn't have to lose you.
We were just getting to know you, and now... goodbye forever?
Please do not cry.
But...
this world's burdens are yours to shoulder. Meet them proudly. You should not always hold back tears. But please, for now, try to.
I agree. I'd like for us to part with smiles on our faces. That's how I want us to remember each other. In joy, not sorrow.
Me too.
It seems this is goodbye, but we'll never bid farewell to what we learned together.
I'll miss you, but I know you'll choose the right paths to walk.
We'll always be together in spirit, no matter the distance. Build a bright future.
Don't worry. I can see that your lives will be filled with hope and happiness.
Go out and create a better world. I know you can. I know you will.
I will be praying for you. Praying that your world is filled with kindness and laughter.
Wherever you go, may the blessings of Mother Earth and Father Sky follow.
I'm glad to have known you. I hope you make an Arcadia of this land.
If your nations band together, there is no hardship you cannot overcome.
Know love as well as grief. Honor your bonds. Carry the light, and nothing will be impossible.
Lead with compassion, Divine One, and may your happiness be eternal.
This is the moment.
So it is.
Thank you. You are a member of our family. The emblem who connects us all, if ever we cross paths again. No, when we cross paths again, I hope that you will remember us. We who existed together for this time. The 13 emblems.
Of course I'll remember you. Everything about you. And all the times we shared. Even when we're apart. We'll always be connected. Thank you for standing with me. Until the very end. Goodbye, emblems. My family. You gave me courage, strength, and inspiration. I will follow your example. Always. I promise. Let's go back home, everyone. Back to Helios.
Alright, and that's game. Obviously, there's still going to be a lot of paralogs to do, as well as the entirety of the Xenologue, so there's still going to be stuff to do. It's just that is the main story, anyways. Yeah, overall, it was a good time. Yeah, definitely a challenge doing it on hard casual. I know I had to go back to normal for the final 2 maps, but like eventually it was getting to be a bit much. So it was like, okay, I did the vast majority of the game on hard, so I can live with that, especially for a blind playthrough. Alright, time to add that to the games cleared list for the year. Alright, done. Alright, boop. Pancake took after Lumera as the Divine Dragon Monarch. The bonds he forged with his allies resulted in a lasting peace. Records speak of a blue-haired emblem cutting down the last of the corrupted, but whether this was the new monarch or one of his allies is a mystery. After Divine Dragon Monarch took the throne, Vandar ceded his role as steward, choosing to live as a knight in the Somniel. The new monarch and his friends visited Vandar often. He always met the group with a smile and took great joy in remembering their journey. Clans succeeded Vandar as a steward. As he grew older, his level-headed demeanor was likened to Vandar's own. He was so revered the Divine Dragon Monarch that, when it was time to select the 34th generation, he tested candidates on their love for Pancake. Fram served as a steward, maturing into a protective force every bit as confident as Tenem as Vandar. Her zeal for the Divine Dragon Monarch never waned. When it came time to choose the next stewards, she had a cheering contest for all the candidates. King of Fierne, Alfred forged a non-aggression pact with Lethos and the other countries, assuring a long period of peace. Records reveal Alfred's reign was brief as he died in an early death. However, he was loved by his people, there's no doubt his life was full of joy. Ah, poor dude. Besides serving Fierne with her own strength, Etier buckled up his soldiers with a regimen of weight training and muscle stimulants. Some said this was at odds with the nation's pacifist ethos, but it was celebrated in her hometown, where to this day, orange flowers are grown in her honor. Boucheron worked for many years to restore Firenze. Upon seeing Flora Port fully restored, he cried tears of joy. He traveled so often between the castle and Flora that, in honor of his kindness and dedication, the road connecting them was called Boucheron's Passage. Céline dedicated her life to peace in the kingdom of Firenze. This sometimes meant taking the unpopular position of punishing those who disturbed order. Her favorite tea became known as a tea of blessing in Firenze. Legend has it that those who drank the tea would find joy. Louis retired as a knight and became a butler to the royal family. The black tea he brewed and his attentive care aided them in running the government. His interest in people watching was a lifelong love, but however many tried to join him, he always preferred to stroll gardens alone. Chloe conformed the royal family and her fellow soldiers in deliveries of folk food. Soon, Firenze's local delicacies started including more unusual flavors. Years later, she met someone at a food stall and they had a fairy tale whirlwind romance that blossomed into lifelong love. As the new king of Brodia, Diamond ordered a halt to all invasions and worked to reform his people's attitudes on Eleusia. Some nobles resisted Diamond at first, but his vision for the future earned their favor. By exporting ore, Brodia was able to shift to a booming trade-based economy. Amber was overjoyed to see Diamond sit on Brodia's throne. He patrolled the kingdom to quell post-war chaos and misadventure following with every footstep. In time, he became one of the very legends he had so admired. Portraits always placed near him an alpaca, confounding scholars. Jade celebrated Diamond's rise to Brodian throne with pride, and further dedicated herself to Brodia as a Knight of the King. She always found time to write despite her busy schedule, and managed to compile over 100 humor novels in her lifetime, all celebrated as masterpieces. Alphys took over on clerical duties at Brodia's castle and provided to Elusia's recovery effort. The two nations grew to trust each other, expanding mutual trade. He was praised as a brilliant yet humble strategist who kept his brother, the new king, safe, just as he promised his late father. Lapis traveled to war-torn towns and taught citizens how to repair their homes. At every stop, she left large, delicious potatoes from the farm in her home village. The popularity of these taters brought her village wealth and prosperity and earned Lapis a new title, the Potato Goddess, and joined, Citri redoubled their efforts to sway Brodian nobles away from the warfare by advocating for peace. Some were unmoved, but many took words to heart. Despite the great weight on her shoulders, her graceful smile was ever present, especially at the balls and galas that she so loved. As Queen of Eleusia, Ivy strove to rebuild her war-torn nation and to improve its insular culture through diplomacy with Brodia. Her decision to import ore gave rise to a lucrative mineral processing industry. Ivy's legacy endured even after Pancake had passed on. After completing his work as Princess Ivy's retainer, Selkov's next pursuit was to create a shelter for the children in Eleusia, who were orphaned by the war. He and his new family were very happy. Said the children all learned to speak in a quite profound and meaningful way. Kagetsu disappeared after Ivy's coronation. Some said he was off searching for a worthy opponent. In fact, he had gone home to ask his family's permission to live in Eleusia and serve the queen. Working under Ivy, he still made visits to Pale Sands, returning each time with the grifts of rice. After her sister's coronation, Hortensia returned to Elusia's academy and soon graduated at the top of her class. Her natural charm was later key in negotiations with Brodia. She and Ivy were well remembered for her contributions to her country's prosperity. Rosado was dubbed the Knight for his service. He traveled the land seeking to destroy the corrupted for good, resuming his studies only when his tasks were done. Later in life, he earned further fame as an artist. A portrait of the royal family at their cutest still hangs in Eleusia Castle. Though she was dubbed the Knight for her service, Gold Mary soon discovered her true gift was teaching. She became a top instructor at Eleusia's academy. So many so that her students went on to do great things, she felt the need to apologize to her classes for the pressure placed on them. Tamara traveled far and wide after the war. Still, she never forgot her duties as queen, returning to the palace often to greet guests with a smile. People Tamara met during her travels cared very much for her, and she became the most beloved queen in Solon's history. Marin traveled with Tamara, gathering material for her book on rare creatures. Though it had few readers upon publication, the work came to be treasured for its insight on dragons. In her later years, Marin went back home and took place as the matriarch, uniting her village. Panette served Tamara as her knight and ensured her safety through devious ploys. Times she could also subdue an enemy with a single blow. Though she searched for her missing parents, she never found them. Still, she quietly rebuilt her family's church. Fagato traveled aimlessly until Tamara's coronation, then returned to the palace to serve behind the scenes as her advisor. A few reliable accounts of his life were left in the history books, said he met someone during his travels and they spent the rest of their lives together. Pandera founded a popular religion worshipping all dragons. He planned a huge raucous party in Lethos, but when Vander balked, he made it slightly tamer. His cheerful howl later known as a special prayer to the divine dragon monarch. Bennett rebuilt his parents' bistro, became widely popular, serving dishes beloved by Solemn royalty as well as Pancake. He left to tour the world to taste food, putting all he learned into a book that became a Bible for chefs. Even after his death, his recipe brought joy to many. Anna finally reunited with her family. She had many sisters, all with the same name and face, but only she ever traveled with the Divine Dragon Monarch. With the Emblem's success in the war, rings came strongly into fashion. She made all the profit she ever wanted out of that trend. Jean became a great doctor, and after taking over his father's clinic, he visited Lethos once a month to make house calls. Passionate about researching new medicines, Jean found that the village's famous tea leaves could be developed into a panacea. Its discovery was studied for years. After the war, Yudaka became a street performer. She put on a captivating act for a few years and vanished without a trace. Did she perish? Start a new life far away? The truth is unknown. Some say the Divine Dragon Monarch's use of unusual words was due to her influence. Sito became famous the world over for his dancing and fortune-telling. In later years, he was a traveling performer telling of his time with Pancake. According to the fortune he read for himself, he was fated to meet good people, enjoy great food, and live a very happy life indeed. After the war, Lyndon returned home to a leisurely retirement. He passed on a peaceful spring morning, returning to the side of his beloved wife in the hereafter. For his friends and allies, his memory lives on whenever they taste a pastry or hear the sound of thunder roaring in the sky. Saphir returned to Brodia Castle and took up a position in King Tiamat's personal guard. Later in life, she retired to her village and started a seafood restaurant. Though small, the place attracted customers from far and wide. Its menu featured a dish said to have been beloved by King Morian. Vale took over Grand Lawn and made it into a lush green land. She resisted the crown for over a century, then at last gave it to her people's wishes and finally became the first monarch of Grand Lawn. By then, many of her old friends had died, but their offspring and Pancake were at the event. Mavir strove to atone by aiding others. His good deeds continued into late life, where he went out and was never heard from again. Some say he was an accident. Others that a victim of the Four Hounds took revenge. The other certainties that Vale and the Divine Dragon Monarch were in his thoughts until the end. That's like I barely had time to read any of those. And there's Alir in basically their equivalent of Lumera's clothing. Well, I mean, he becomes the Divine Dragon Monarch. So I guess his name is Luer in Japan. Okay, and then they added the other emblems to the credits now that they're part of the games. Yep, so yeah, the name is different in Japan. So it's Alir in the English dub. And it was kind of weird to see, like, Byleth and the three people's, like, name in the credits. It's, like, after the entire game. Oh, Chris. And the three of them just kind of helping Chris deal with this mound of paperwork. Yeah, it was like basically everyone who was left of her kingdom after the corrupted. Kagetsu's like, yeah, time to eat a lot of food. And of course, those two being bros. So yeah, pretty much like Sota, Sombron was basically an alien. Like he's not even from this world. Party time! Yeah, Jean's family with the 3 Annas. Oh yeah, that's cool. So yeah, basically Seedle and Yanaka basically took to the stage as street performers. Then just Vale rebuilding Gradlon. There's a girl that strangely looks like Marnave. And all 13 of them. Pretty.
Today's the day of my coronation. Today, I'll be crowned the Divine Dragon King. I had hoped that all of you would be standing by my side for the occasion. But I guess not. Shine on! Emblem of Beginnings! Worth a try.
Well, I suppose the rings remain.
I wonder if we'll ever meet again.
Aha! I knew we'd find you in here.
We must have looked everywhere.
Everyone.
The coronation is going to start any minute now.
All right. Time to get changed, unless you're wearing that.
Yeah. I guess I should, huh?
Well, hurry up! Come on!
Oh, okay! I'm coming, I'm coming!
Someday, in the future, our paths may cross once more. Our bonds can be reforged time and again. Whenever you desire, you need only say the word. Engage!
Okay, so then you get a bunch of stuff for clearing the game. Okay, so there's actually stuff that does not unlock until you beat the base game. Then I think it said something about it basically takes you like right before the final battle, so... Yep. So yeah, I'll probably just stick with this save file then, since that's the case. Alright, so I'm probably just gonna go scrounge up everything and then end the session, and then, yeah, like I said, next time it'll be just basically getting as many paralogs done as possible. And then once I'm done, like, regardless of how many sessions it takes, once I'm done with all the paralogs, which, like I said, there's probably at least 15 or 16 of them, 6 of the DLCs, and I think, like, 8 or 9 ones from the base game. So yeah, once I'm done with those, then I'll do the Xenolog. Like I said before, that's, I think it's 7 chapters from what I looked into on it, so I could see the Xenolog taking at least 2 or 3 sessions. I'm definitely not going to push it if I end up, like, doing the playthrough, like, post Tears of the Kingdom coming out, but then it's going to go strictly to once a week, because Tears of the Kingdom is going to basically be half the channel until I'm done with it. And that's probably going to take a decent chunk in the summer. Or just I would not be surprised if that was the case. But yeah, overall, a really fun game, and yeah, had a good time with it. Yeah, like I said, definitely a fun challenge, but yeah, man, was it difficult. I mean, even on normal mode, those final 2 maps seemed like a fair challenge. I feel like they would have been super brutal on hard mode, and even more brutal on maddening. So yeah, for people for watching the VOD, this is the end of, like, the story. From here on out, it's going to be going back and doing all the paralogs, and then doing the Xenolog. So if you're here for the main story, this is it. Pretty much going to be bonus videos from here on out, so to speak. Alright, so let's end the session by petting Snorlax, Scrummy, Bingus, Pepsi Mint. Of course, I'll be playing this game for another couple weeks, so it's not like it's over. Good job, we beat Sombron! We kicked his ass! Alright. So head back to the plaza and save and wrap this up. So yep, it was about 50 hours of the base game. Well, that's not even like, actually, when I factor in the time, I think once I'm done with all the paralogs, that's what I'll officially say, like, this is the amount of time it took pre-Xenolog. Alright, so I will leave that there then. Alright, so thanks for tuning in for at least the main story finale of the game, and like I said, I'll continue that for at least a couple more sessions and go from there. So in terms of the schedule for the rest of the week, it'll be, like I said, more paralogs later in the week, and then doing Team Sonic and Team Chaotix and Sonic Heroes tomorrow. So that'll be the plan for the week. Yeah, that wraps that up. Time to go raid the Zachman. Alright, so thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.